Section 1 of the Afghan Wars, 1839 through 42 and 1878 through 80. Part 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Afghan Wars, 1839 through 42 and 1878 through 80. Part 2 by Archibald Forbes. Section 1. The First Campaign. A brief period of peace intervened between the ratification of the Treaty of Gundamuk on May 30, 1879, and the renewal of hostilities consequent on the massacre at Kabul of Sir Louis Cavagnari and the whole entourage of the mission of which he was the head. There was nothing identical or even similar in the motives of the two campaigns, and regarded purely on principle, they might be regarded as two distinct wars rather than as successive campaigns of one and the same war. But the interval between them was so short that the ink of the signatures to the Treaty of Gundamuk may be said to have been scarcely dry when the murder of the British envoy tore that document into bloody shreds, and it seems the simplest and most convenient method to designate the 2 years of hostilities from November 1878 to September 1880 as the Second Afghan War, notwithstanding the 3 months' interval of peace in the summer of 1879. Dost Mohammed died in 1863, and after a long struggle his son Sfir Ali possessed himself of the throne, bequeathed to him by his father. The relations between Sher Ali and the successive viceroys of India were friendly, although not close. The consistent aim of the British policy was to maintain Afghanistan in the position of a strong, friendly, and independent state, prepared in certain contingencies to cooperate in keeping at a distance foreign intrigue or aggression. And while this object was promoted by donations of money and arms to abstain from interference in the internal affairs of the country, while according a friendly recognition to the successive occupants of its throne, without undertaking indefinite liabilities in their interest. The aim, in a word, was to utilize Afghanistan as a buffer state between the northwestern frontier of British India and Russian advances from the direction of Central Asia. Sfir Ali was never a very comfortable ally. He was of a saturnine and suspicious nature, and he seems also to have had an overweening sense of the value of the position of Afghanistan, interposed between two great powers profoundly jealous one of the other. He did not secede with Lord Northbrook in an attempt to work on that viceroy by playing off the bogey of Russian aggression, and as the consequence of this failure, he allowed himself to display marked evidences of disaffected feeling. Cognizance was taken of this attitude of extreme reserve, and early in 1876 Lord Lytton arrived in India, charged with instructions to break away from the policy designated as that of masterly inactivity, and to initiate a new basis of relations with Afghanistan and its Emir. Lord Lytton's instructions directed him to dispatch without delay a mission to Kabul, whose errand would be to require of the Emir the acceptance of a permanent resident and free access to the frontier positions of Afghanistan on the part of British officers, who should have opportunity of conferring with the Emir on matters of common interest with becoming attention to their friendly counsels. Those were demands notoriously obnoxious to the Afghan monarch and the Afghan people. Compliance with them involved sacrifice of independence, and the Afghan loathing of Ferengi officials in their midst had been fiercely evinced in the long bloody struggle and awful catastrophe recorded in earlier pages of this volume. Probably the Emir, had he desired, would not have dared to concede such demands on any terms, no matter how full of advantage, but the terms which Lord Lytton was instructed to tender as an equivalent were strangely meagre. the emir was to receive a money gift and a precarious stipend, regarding which the new viceroy was to deem it inconvenient to commit his government to any permanent pecuniary obligation. The desiderated recognition of Dullah Jan as Sfir Ali's successor was promised with a qualifying reservation that the promise did not imply or necessitate any intervention in the internal affairs of the state. The guarantee against foreign aggression was vague and indefinite, and the government of India reserved to itself entire freedom of judgment as to the character of circumstances involving the obligation of material support. The emir replied to the notice that a mission was about to proceed to Kabul by a courteous declinature to receive an envoy, assigning several spacious reasons. He was quite satisfied with the existing friendly relations and desired no change in them. He could not guarantee the safety of the envoy and his people. If he admitted a British mission, he would have no excuse for refusing to receive a Russian one. An intimation was conveyed to the emir that if he should persist in his refusal to receive the mission, the viceroy would have no other alternative than to regard Afghanistan as a state which had voluntarily isolated itself from the alliance and support of the British government. The emir arranged that the vakil of the Indian government should visit Simla, carrying with him full explanations, and charged to lay before the viceroy sundry grievances which were distressing Sfir Ali. That functionary took back to Kabul certain minor concessions, but conveyed the message also that those concessions were contingent on the emir's acceptance of British officers about his frontiers, and that it would be of no avail to send an envoy to the conference at Peshawar, for which sanction was given, unless he were commissioned to agree to this condition as the fundamental basis of a treaty. Before the vakil quitted Simla, he had to listen to a truculent address from Lord Lytton, in the course of which Sfir Ali's position was genially likened to that of an earthen pipkin between two iron pots. Before Sir Lewis Pelly and the emir's representative met at Peshawar in January 1877, Sfir Ali had not unnaturally been perturbed by the permanent occupation of Quetta on the southern verge of his dominions, as indicating, along with other military dispositions, an intended invasion. The Peshawar conference, which from the first had little promise, dragged on unsatisfactorily until terminated by the death of the emir's representative, whereupon Sir Lewis Pelly was recalled by Lord Lytton. Notwithstanding the latter's cognizance that Sfir Ali was dispatching to Peshawar a fresh envoy authorized to assent to all the British demands. The justification advanced by Lord Lytton for this procedure was the discovery purported to have been made by Sir Lewis Pelly that the emir was intriguing with General Kaufmann at Tashkend. Since Sher Ali was an independent monarch, it was no crime on his part to enter into negotiations with another power than Great Britain, although if the worried and distracted man did so, the charge of folly may be laid to him, since the Russians were pretty certain to betray him after having made a cat's paw of him, and since in applying to them he involved himself in the risk of hostile action on the part of the British. The wisdom of Lord Lytton's conduct is not apparent. The truculent policy of which he was the instrument was admittedly on the point of triumphing, and events curiously falsified his short-sighted anticipation of the unlikelihood, because of the Russo-Turkish war then impending, of any rapprochement between the emir and the Russian authorities in Central Asia. The viceroy withdrew his vakil from Kabul, and in the recognition of the emir's attitude of isolation and scarcely veiled hostility, Lord Salisbury authorized Lord Lytton to protect the British frontier by such measures as circumstances should render expedient, without regard to the wishes of the emir or the interests of his dynasty. Lord Lytton took no measures, expedient or otherwise, in the direction indicated by Lord Salisbury. The Emir, as if he had been a petted boy consigned to the corner, was abandoned to his sullen isolation, and the Russians adroitly used him to involve us in a war which lasted 2 years, cost us the lives of many valiant men, caused us to incur an expenditure of many millions, and left our relations with Afghanistan in all essential respects in the same condition as Lord Lytton found them when he reached India with the new policy in his pocket. If the Russians could execute as thoroughly as they can plan skillfully, there would be hardly any limit to their conquests. When England was mobilizing her forces after the Treaty of San Stefano and ordering into the Mediterranean a division of sepoys drawn from the 3 presidencies of her Indian Empire, Russia, for her part, was concerting an important diversion in the direction of the northwestern frontier of that great possession. But for the opportune conclusion of the Treaty of Berlin, the question as to the ability of sepoy troops stiffened by British regiments to cope with the mixed levies of the Tsar might have been tried out on stricken fields between the Oxus and the Indus. When Gortschakoff returned from Berlin to St. Petersburg with his version of peace with honor, Bessarabia and Batum thrown in, Kaufmann had to countermand the concentration of troops that had been in progress on the northern frontier of Afghanistan. But the Indian division was still much in evidence in the Mediterranean, its tents now gleaming on the brown slopes of Malta, now crowning the upland of Larnaca, and nestling among the foliage of Kyrenia. Kaufmann astutely retorted on this demonstration by dispatching, not indeed an expedition, but an embassy to Kabul; and when Stolietkoff, the gallant defender of the Shipka Pass, rode into the Bala Hissar on August 11, 1878, Shere Ali received him with every token of cordiality and regard. No other course was now open to Her Majesty's government than to insist on the reception at Kabul of a British mission. The gallant veteran officer, Sir Neville Chamberlain, known to be held in regard by the Emir, was named as envoy, and an emissary was sent to Kabul in advance with information of the date fixed for the setting out of the mission. Shere Ali was greatly perplexed and begged for more time. "It is not proper," he protested, "to use pressure in this way. It will tend to a complete rupture." But Sir Neville Chamberlain was satisfied that the Emir was trifling with the Indian government, and he had certain information that the Emir, his ministers, and the Afghan outpost officers had stated plainly that, if necessary, the advance of the mission would be arrested by force. This was what in effect happened when, on September 21st, Major Cavagnari rode forward to the Afghan post in the Khyber Pass. The officer who courteously stopped him assured him that he had orders to oppose by force the progress of Sir Neville and his mission. So Cavagnari shook hands with the Afghan major and rode back to Peshawar. The Viceroy sought permission to declare war immediately, notwithstanding his condition of unpreparedness, but the Home Government directed him instead to require in temperate language an apology and the acceptance of a permanent mission, presenting at the same time the ultimatum that if a satisfactory reply should not be received on or before the 20th of November, hostilities would immediately commence. Meanwhile, military preparations were actively pushed forward. The scheme of operations was as follows. 3 columns of invasion were to move simultaneously, one through the Khyber Pass to Dhaka, another through the Koram Valley south of the Khyber, with the Pehwar Pass as its objective, and a third from Quetta into the Pishin Valley to march forward to Kandahar, after reinforcement by a division from Multan. To General Sir Sam Brown was assigned the command of the Khyber column, consisting of about 10,000 men with 30 guns, to General Roberts the command of the Koram Valley column of about 5,500 men with 24 guns, and to General Bedolp the command of the Quetta force, numbering some 6,000 men, with 18 guns. When General Donald Stewart should bring up from Multan the division which was being concentrated there, he was to command the whole southern force moving on Kandahar. The reserve division gathering at Hassan Abdul and commanded by General Maud would support the Khyber force. Another reserve division massing at Sukkur under General Primrose would act in support of the Kandahar force, and a contingent contributed by the Sikh feudatory states and commanded by Colonel Watson was to do duty on the Kumrum line of communication. The generals commanding columns were to act independently of each other, taking instructions direct from army and government headquarters. No answer to the ultimatum was received from the Emir, and on the morning of November 21st, Sir Sam Brown crossed the Afghan frontier and moved up the Khyber on Ali Musjid with his 3rd and 4th Brigades and the guns. Overnight he had detached McPherson's and Tytler's brigades, with a commission to turn the Ali Musjid position by a circuitous march, the former charged to descend into the Khyber Pass in rear of the fortress and block the escape of its garrison, the latter instructed to find, if possible, a position on the Rohtas heights on the proper left of the fortress, from which a flank attack might be delivered. About noon Sir Sam reached the Shagai Ridge and came under a brisk fire from the guns of Ali Musjid, to which his heavy cannon and Manderson's horse battery replied with good results. The Afghan position, which was very strong, stretched right athwart the valley from an entrenched line on the right to the Rohtas summit on the extreme left. The artillery duel lasted about 2 hours, and then Sir Sam determined to advance on the expectation that the turning brigades had reached their respective objectives. He himself moved forward to the right upland. On the opposite side of the Khyber stream, Appleyard led the advance of his brigade against the Afghan right. No cooperation on the part of the turning brigades had made itself manifest up till dusk. The right brigade had been brought to a halt in face of a precipitous cliff crowned by the enemy, and it was wisely judged that to press the frontal attack further in the meantime would involve a useless loss of life. Sir Sam therefore halted and sent word to Appleyard to stay for the night his further advance, merely holding the ridge which he had already carried. But before this order reached him, Appleyard was sharply engaged with the enemy in their entrenched position, and in the fighting which occurred before the retirement was effected, 2 officers were killed, a 3rd wounded, and a good many casualties occurred among the rank and file of the native detachments gallantly assailing the Afghan entrenchments. Early next morning, offensive operations were about to be resumed when a young officer of the 9th Lancers brought intelligence that the Afghan garrison had fled under cover of night, whereupon the fort was promptly occupied. The turning brigades had been delayed by the difficult country encountered, but detachments from both had reached Kata Kustia in time to capture several hundred fugitives of the Ali Musjid garrison. The mass of it, however, its total strength was about 4,000 men, effected a retreat by the Peshbalak track from the right of the entrenched position. Sir Sam Brown's advance to Dhaka was made without molestation, and on 20th December he encamped on the plain of Jalalabad, where he remained throughout the winter, Maud's reserve division keeping open his communications through the Khyber Pass. The hill tribes, true to their nature, gave great annoyance by their continual raids, and several punitive expeditions were sent against them from time to time, but seldom with decisive results. The tribesmen for the most part carried off into the hills their movable effects, and the destruction of their petty forts apparently gave them little concern. For the most part they maintained their irreconcilable attitude, hanging on the flanks of our detachments on their return march through the lateral passes to their camps, and inflicting irritating, if not very severe, losses. Occasionally they thought proper to make nominal submission with tongue in cheek, breaking out again when opportunity or temptation presented itself. Detailed description of those raids and counter-raids would be very tedious reading. It was when starting to cooperate in one of those necessary but tantalizing expeditions that a number of troopers of the 10th Hussars were drowned in a treacherous ford of the Kabul River near Jalalabad. General Roberts, to whom the conduct of operations in the Kurram district had been entrusted, crossed the frontier on November 21st and marched up the valley with great expedition. The inhabitants evinced friendliness, bringing in livestock and provisions for sale. Reaching Habib Killa on the morning of the 28th, he received a report that the Afghan force, which he knew to be opposed to him, had abandoned its guns on the hither side of the Pehwar Kotal and was retreating in confusion over that summit. Roberts promptly pushed forward in 2 columns, building on the erroneous information that the enemy were in a hollow trying to withdraw their guns. In reality, they were already in their entrenched position on the summit of the Kotal. He ordered Cobb's, the left, column to turn the right of the supposed Afghan position and debar the enemy from the Kotal, while the other column, Thelwall's, was ordered to attack in front, the object being to have the enemy between 2 fires. Cobb's leading regiment near the village of Turai found its advance blocked by precipices, and a withdrawal was ordered, the advantage having been attained of forcing the enemy to disclose the position which he was holding. Further reconnaissances proved that the Afghan line of defense extended along the crest of a lofty and broken mountainous range from the Spengawai summit on the left to the Pehwar Kotal on the right center, the right itself resting on commanding elevations a mile further south. The position had a front in all of about 4 miles. It was afterwards ascertained to have been held by about 3,500 regulars and a large number of tribal irregulars. General Roberts' force numbered about 3,100 men. His scheme of operations he explained to his commanding officers on the evening of December 1st. With the bulk of the force, he himself was to make a circuitous night march by his right on the Spengawai Kotal, with the object of turning that position and taking the main Afghan position on the Pehwar Kotal in reverse, while Brigadier Cobb, with whom were to remain the 8th Queen's and 5th Punjab infantry regiments, a cavalry regiment, and 6 guns, was instructed to assail the enemy's center when the result of the flank attack on his left should have made itself apparent. The turning column, whose advance the general led in person, consisted of the 29th N.I. leading, 5th Gurkhas, and a mountain battery, all under Colonel Gordon's command, followed by a wing of the 72nd Highlanders, 2nd Punjab Infantry, and 23rd Pioneers, with 4 guns on elephants, under Brigadier Thelwall. The arduous march began at 10 p.m. Trending at first rearward to the Pehwar village, the course followed was then to the proper right, up the rugged and steep Spengawai ravine. In the darkness, part of Thelwall's force lost its way and disappeared from ken. Further on, a couple of shots were fired by disaffected Pathans in the ranks of the 29th N.I. That regiment was promptly deprived of the lead, which was taken by the Gurkha regiment, and the column toiled on by a track described by General Roberts as nothing but a mass of stones, heaped into ridges and furrowed into deep hollows by the action of the water. Day had not broken when the head of the column reached the foot of the steep ascent to the Spengawai Kotal. The Gurkhas and the 72nd rushed forward on the first stockade. It was carried without a pause, save to bayonet the defenders, and stockade after stockade was swept over in rapid and brilliant succession. In half an hour General Roberts was in full possession of the Spengawai defenses, and the Afghan left flank was not only turned but driven in. Cobb was ordered by signal to cooperate by pressing on his frontal attack, and Roberts himself hurried forward on his enterprise of rolling up the Afghan left and shaking its center. But this proved no easy task. The Afghans made a good defense, and gave ground reluctantly, they made a resolute stand on the further side of a narrow, deep-cut ravine to dislodge them, from which effort after effort was ineffectually made. The general then determined to desist from pressing this line of attack, and to make a second turning movement by which he hoped to reach the rear of the Afghan center. He led the 72nd Wing, 3 native regiments, and 10 guns, in a direction which should enable him to threaten the line of the Afghan retreat. Brigadier Cobb, since morning, had been steadily, although slowly, climbing toward the front of the Peshawar Kotal position. After an artillery duel which lasted for 3 hours, the Afghan fire was partially quelled. Cobb's infantry pushed on and up from ridge to ridge, and at length they reached a crest within 800 yards of the guns of the Kotul, whence their rifle fire compelled the Afghan gunners to abandon their batteries. Meanwhile, Robert's second turning movement was developing, and the defenders of the Kotul, placed between 2 fires and their line of retreat compromised, began to waver. Brigadier Cobb had been wounded, but Colonel Drew led forward his gallant youngsters of the 8th, and after toilsome climbing they entered the Afghan position, which its defenders had just abandoned, leaving many dead, 18 guns, and a vast accumulation of stores and ammunition. Colonel H. Gough pursued with his cavalry, and possessed himself of several more guns which the Afghans had relinquished in their precipitate flight. The decisive success of the Peshawar Kotal combat had not cost heavily. The British losses were 21 killed and 72 wounded. His sick and wounded sent back to Fort Kurram, General Roberts advanced to Ali Keel, and thence made a reconnaissance forward to the Shuttagurton Pass, whose summit is distant from Kabul little more than 50 miles. Its height is great, upwards of 11,200 feet, but it was regarded as not presenting serious obstacles to the advance by this route of a force from the Kurram Valley moving on Kabul. A misfortune befell the baggage guard on one of the marches in the Trans-Peshawar region, when Captains Goad and Powell lost their lives in a tribal onslaught. The somewhat checkered experiences of General Roberts in the Khost Valley need not be told in detail. After some fighting and more marching, he withdrew from that turbulent region altogether, abjuring its pestilent tribesmen and all their works. The Kurram force wintered in excellent health, spite of the rigorous climate, and toward the end of March 1879 its forward concentration about Ali Kale was ordered, which was virtually accomplished before the snow had melted from the passes in the later weeks of April. Adequate transportation had been got together and supplies accumulated. Colonel Watson's contingent was occupying the post along the valley, and General Roberts was in full readiness promptly to obey the orders to advance which he had been led to expect, and on which his brother General Sir Sam Brown had already acted to some extent. The march on Kandahar of the 2 divisions under the command of General Stuart had the character, for the most part, of a military promenade. The tramp across the deserts of northern Beloochistan were arduous. The Bolan and Guaga and the Kotjuk passes had to be surmounted, and the distances which both Biddulph and Stuart had to traverse were immensely in excess of those covered by either of the forces operating from the northwestern frontier line. But uneventful marches, however long and toilsome, do not call for detailed description. Stuart rode into Kandahar on January 8, 1879, and the troops as they arrived encamped on the adjacent plain. The governor and most of his officials, together with the Afghan cavalry, had fled toward Herat. The deputy governor remained to hand over the city to General Stuart. For commissariat reasons, one division under Stuart presently moved by the Kabul road on Kalati Gizai, which was found empty, the Afghan garrison having evacuated it. Simultaneously with Stuart's departure from Kandahar, Biddulph marched out a column westward toward the Helmand, remaining in that region until the 3rd week in February. On its return march to Kandahar, the rear guard had a sharp skirmish at Kusht-i-Nakud with Alizai tribesmen. of whom 163 were left dead on the field. Soon after the return of Stuart and Biddulph to Kandahar, orders arrived that the former should retain in Kandahar, Quetta, and Pishin a strong division of all arms, sending back to India the remainder of his command under Biddulph, the march to be made by the previously unexplored Tal Kotiali route to the eastward of the Pishin Valley. Before Sam Brown moved forward from Jalalabad to Gundamuk, he had been able to report to the Viceroy the death of Sher Ali. That unfortunate man had seen with despair the departure on December 10th of the last Russian from Kabul, sure token that he need hope for nothing from Kaufmann or the Tsar. His chiefs unanimous that further resistance by him was hopeless, he released his son Yaqub Khan from his long, harsh imprisonment, constituted him regent, and then followed the Russian mission in the direction of Tashkent. Kaufmann would not do so much as allow him to cross the frontier, and after a painful illness, Sher Ali died on February 21, 1879, near Balkh in northern Afghanistan. He was a man who deserved a better fate than that which befell him. His aspiration was to maintain the independence of the kingdom, which he ruled with justice, if also with masterfulness, and he could not brook the degradation of subjugation. But unfortunately for him, he was the earthen pipkin which the iron pot found inconvenient. There had been plenty of manhood originally in his son and successor, Yaqub Khan, but much of that attribute had withered in him during the long, cruel imprisonment to which he had been subjected by his father. Sher Ali's death made him nominal master of Afghanistan, but the vigor of his youth time no longer characterized him. He reigned but did not rule, and how precarious was his position was evidenced by the defection of many leading chiefs who came into the English camps and were ready to make terms. After the flight of Sher Ali, some correspondence had passed between Yaqub Khan and Major Kavnagari, but the former had not expressed any willingness for the re-establishment of friendly relations. In February, of his own accord, he made overtures for reconciliation, and soon after intimated the death of his father and his own accession to the Afghan throne. Major Kavagnari, acting on the Viceroy's authorization, wrote to the new sovereign stating the terms on which the Anglo-Indian government was prepared to engage in negotiations for peace. Yaqub temporized for some time, but influenced by the growing defection of the Siddars from his cause, as well as by the forward movements of the forces commanded by Brown and Roberts, he intimated his intention of visiting Grandamuk in order to discuss matters in personal conference with Major Kavagnari. A fortnight later he was on his way down the passes. Instructions had been given by the Viceroy that Yaqub Khan should be received in the British camp with all honor and distinction. When his approach was announced on May 8th, Kavagnari and a number of British officers rode out to meet him. When he reached the camp, a royal salute greeted him. A guard of honor presented arms, and Sir Sam Brown and his staff gave him a ceremonious welcome. Kavagnari had full powers to represent his government in the pending negotiations, as to the terms of which he had received from the Viceroy detailed instructions. The Emir and his General-in-Chief, Daoud Shah, came to the conference attired in Russian uniforms. The negotiations were tedious, for the Emir, his minister, and his general made difficulties with a somewhat elaborate stupidity. But Kavagnari, as a diplomatist, possessed the gift of being at once patient and firm, and at length, on May 26, the treaty of peace was signed and formally ratified by the Viceroy 4 days later. By the Treaty of Gandamuk, Afghanistan was deprived for the time of its traditional character of a buffer state, and its Emir became virtually a feudatory of the British Crown. He was no longer an independent prince, although his titular rank and a nominal sovereignty remained to him. His position under its articles was to be analogous to that of the mediatized princes of the German Empire. The treaty vested in the British government the control of the external relations of Afghanistan. The Emir consented to the residence of British agents within his dominions, guaranteeing their safety and honorable treatment, while the British government undertook that its representatives should not interfere with the internal administration of the country. The districts of Pishin, Kurram, and Sibi were ceded to the British government, along with the permanent control of the Khyber and Michnai passes, and of the mountain tribes inhabiting the vicinity of those passes. All other Afghan territory in British occupation was to be restored. The obligations to which the treaty committed the British government were that it should support the Emir against foreign aggression with arms, money, or troops at its discretion, and that it should pay to him and his successor an annual subsidy of £60,000. Commercial relations between India and Afghanistan were to be protected and encouraged. A telegraph line between Kabul and the Kurram was forthwith to be constructed, and the Emir was to proclaim an amnesty relieving all and sundry of his subjects from the punishment for services rendered to the British during the war. That the Treaty of Gundamuk involved our Indian Empire and serious responsibilities is obvious, and those responsibilities were the more serious that they were vague and indefinite, yet none the less binding on this account. It is probable that its provisions, if they had remained in force, would have been found in the long run injurious to the interests of British India. For that realm, Afghanistan has the value that its ruggedness presents exceptional obstacles to the march through it of hostile armies, having the Indian frontier for their objective, and this further and yet more important value, that the Afghans by nature are frank and impartial Ishmaelites, their hands against all foreigners alike, no matter what nationality. If this character be impaired, what virtue the Afghan has in our eyes is lost. In his implacable passion for independence, in his fierce intolerance of the Feringhi intruder, he fulfills in relation to our Indian frontier a kindred office to that served by abattis, chevaux de frise, and wire entanglements in front of a military position. The short-lived treaty, for which the sanguine Mr. Stanhope claimed that it had gained for England a friendly, an independent, and a strong Afghanistan, may now be chiefly remembered because of the circumstance that it gave effect for the moment to Lord Beaconfield's scientific frontier. The withdrawal of the two northern forces to positions within the new frontier began immediately on the ratification of the Treaty of Gundamuk, the evacuation of Kandahar being postponed for sanitary reasons until autumn. The march of Sir Sam Brown's force from the breezy upland of Gundamuk down the passes to Peshawar, made as it was in the fierce heat of midsummer, through a region of bad name for insalubrity, and pervaded also by virulent cholera, was a ghastly journey. That melancholy pilgrimage, every halting place in whose course was marked by graves, and from which the living emerged gaunt and haggard, marching with a listless air, their clothing stiff with dried perspiration, their faces thick with a mott of dust and sweat, through which their red bloodshot eyes looked forth, many suffering from heat prostration, dwells in the memory of British India as the Death March, and its horrors have been recounted in vivid and pathetic words by Surgeon Major Evatt, one of the few medical officers whom, participating in it did not kill. End of section 1. Sheer.
Section 2 of The Afghan Wars, 1839 to 1842 and 1878 to 1880, Part 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Afghan Wars, 1839 to 1842 and 1878 to 1880, Part 2, by Archibald Forbes. Chapter 2. The Opening of the Second Campaign. there were many who mistrusted the stability of the Treaty of Gundamuk. Perhaps in his heart Sir Louis Cavagnari may have had his misgivings, for he was gifted with shrewd insight, and no man knew the Afghan nature better. But outwardly, in his quiet, resolute manner, he professed the fullest confidence. Cavagnari was a remarkable man. Italian and Irish blood commingled in his veins. Both strains carry the attributes of vivacity and restlessness, but Cavagnari, to the superficial observer, appeared as phlegmatic as he was habitually taciturn. This sententious imperturbability was only on the surface. Whether it was a natural characteristic or an acquired manner is not easy to decide. Below the surface of measured, reticent composure there lay a temperament of ardent enthusiasm, and not less ardent ambition. In subtlety he was a match for the wireless Oriental, whom face to face he dominated with a placid, dauntless masterfulness that was all his own. The wild hill tribes among whom he went about escortless, carrying his life continually in his hand, recognized the complex strength of his personal sway, and feared at once and loved the quiet, firm man, the flash of whose eye was sometimes ominous, but who could cow the fiercest hillman without losing a tittle of his cool composure. Cavagnari had negotiated the Treaty of Gundamuk, the real importance of which consisted in the Afghan acceptance of a British resident at Kabul. The honor, the duty, and the danger naturally fell to him of being the first occupant of a post created mainly by his own mingled tact and strength. Many of his friends regarded him in the light of the leader of a forlorn hope, and probably Cavagnari recognized with perfect clearness the risks which encompassed his embassy. But apart from mayhap, a little added gravity in his leave-takings when he quitted Simla, he gave no sign. It was not a very imposing mission at whose head he rode into the Bala Hissar of Kabul on July 24, 1879. His companions were his secretary, Mr. William Jenkins, a young Scotsman of the Punjab Civil Service, Dr. Ambrose Kelly, the medical officer of the embassy, and the gallant, stalwart young lieutenant, W.R.P. Hamilton, V.C., commanding the modest escort of 75 soldiers of the Guides. It was held that an escort so scanty was sufficient, since the Emir had pledged himself personally for the safety and protection of the mission. The envoy was received with high honor, and conducted to the roomy quarters in the Bala Hissar, which had been prepared as the residency within easy distance of the Emir's palace. Unquestionably the mission was welcome neither to the Afghan ruler nor to the people, but Cavagnari, writing to the viceroy, made the best of things. The arrival at the adjacent Sherpur cantonments of the Herat regiments in the beginning of August was extremely unfortunate for the mission. Those troops had been inspired by their commander, Ayub Khan, with intense hatred to the English, and they marched through the Kabul streets shouting objurgations against the British envoy, and picking quarrels with the soldiers of his escort. A pensioned sepoy, who had learned that the Afghan troops had been ordered to abuse the Elchi, warned Cavagnari of the danger signals. Cavagnari's calm remark was, "Dogs that bark don't bite." The old soldier earnestly urged, "But these dogs do bite, and there is danger." "Well," said Cavagnari, "they can only kill the handful of us here, and our death will be avenged." The days passed, and it seemed that Cavagnari's diagnosis of the situation was the accurate one. The last words of his last message to the viceroy, dispatched on September 2nd, were "all well." The writer of those words was a dead man, and his mission had perished with him, almost as soon as the cheerful message borne along the telegraph wires reached its destination. In the morning of September 3rd, some Afghan regiments paraded without arms in the Bala Hissar to receive their pay. An installment was paid, but the soldiers clamored for arrears due. The demand was refused, a riot began, and the shout rose that the British Elchi might prove a free-handed paymaster. There was a rush toward the residency, and while some of the Afghan soldiers resorted to stone-throwing, others ran for arms to their quarters, and looted the arsenal in the upper Bala Hissar. The residency gates had been closed on the first alarm, and fire was promptly opened on the rabble. The place was never intended for defense, commanded as it was at close range from the higher level of the arsenal, whence a heavy continuous fire was from the first poured down. The mob of the city in their thousands hurried to cooperate with the mutinied soldiers and share in the spoils of the sack, so that the residency was soon besieged. As soon as the outbreak manifested itself, Cavagnari had sent a message to the emir, and the communication admittedly reached the latter's hands. He had more than 2,000 troops in the Bala-Hissar, still at least nominally loyal. He had guaranteed the protection of the mission, and it behooved him to do what in him lay to fulfill his pledge. But the emir sat supine in his palace, doing no more than send his general-in-chief, Daoud Shah, to remonstrate with the insurgents. Daoud Shah went on the errand, but it is questionable whether he showed any energy or indeed desired that the besiegers should desist. It was claimed by and for him that he was maltreated and indeed wounded by the mob, and it appears that he did ride into the throng and was forcibly dismounted. He might perhaps have exerted himself with greater determination if he had received more specific orders from his master the emir. That feeble or treacherous prince never stirred. To the frequent urgent messages sent him by Lieutenant Hamilton, he replied vaguely, "As God wills, I am making preparations." Meanwhile, the little garrison maintained with gallant staunchness hour after hour the all but hopeless defense. While the fighting was going on, reported the pensioner who had previously warned Cavagnari, I myself saw the 4 European officers charge out at the head of some 25 of the garrison. They drove away a party holding some broken ground. When chased, the Afghan soldiers ran like sheep before a wolf. Later, another sally was made by a detachment, with but 3 officers at their head. Cavagnari was not with them this time. A third sally was made with only 2 officers leading, Hamilton and Jenkins. And the last of the sallies was made by a Sikh jemidar bravely leading. No more sallies were made after this. About noon the gates were forced, and the residency building was fired, but the defenders long maintained their position on the roof and in a detached building. At length the fire did its work, the walls and roof fell in, and soon the fell deed was consummated by the slaughter of the last survivors of the ill-fated garrison. Hamilton was said to have died sword in hand in a final desperate charge. Tidings of the massacre were carried with great speed to Massey's outposts in the Kurram Valley. The news reached Simla by telegraph early on the morning of the 5th. The authorities there rallied from the shock with fine purposeful promptitude, and within a few hours a telegram was on its way to General Massey's headquarters at Ali Khel, instructing him to occupy the crest of the Shutarguran Pass with 2 infantry regiments and a mountain battery, which force was to entrench itself there and await orders. The policy of which Lord Lytton was the figurehead had come down with a bloody crash, and the masterly inactivity of wise John Lawrence stood vindicated in the eyes of Europe and of Asia. But if his policy had gone to water, the Viceroy, although he was soon to default from the constancy of his purpose, saw for the present clear before him the duty that now in its stead lay upon him of inflicting summary punishment on a people who had ruthlessly violated the sacred immunity from harm that shields alike among civilized and barbarous communities the person and suite of an ambassador accepted under the provisions of a deliberate treaty. Burns and Macnaghten had met their fate because they had gone to Kabul the supporters of a detested intruder and the unwelcome representatives of a hated power. But Cavagnari had been slaughtered notwithstanding that he dwelt in the Bala-Hissar residency, in virtue of a solemn treaty between the Empress of India and the Emir of Afghanistan, notwithstanding that the latter had guaranteed him safety and protection, notwithstanding that Britain and Afghanistan had ratified a pledge of mutual friendship and reciprocal good offices. Lord Lytton recognized, at least for the moment, that no consideration of present expediency or of ulterior policy could intervene to deter him from the urgent imperative duty which now suddenly confronted him. The task, it was true, was beset with difficulties and dangers. The forces on the northwestern frontier had been reduced to a peace footing, and the transport for economical reasons had been severely cut down. The bitter Afghan winter season was approaching, during which military operations could be conducted only under extremely arduous conditions. and when the line of communications would be liable to serious interruptions. The available troops for a prompt offensive did not amount to more than 6,500 men all told, and it was apparent that many circumstances might postpone their reinforcement. When men are in earnest, difficulties and dangers are recognized only to be coped with and overcome. When the Simla Council of War broke up on the afternoon of September 5th, the plan of campaign had been settled, and the leader of the enterprise had been chosen. Sir Frederick Roberts was already deservedly esteemed one of the most brilliant soldiers of the British Army. He had fought with distinction all through the Great Mutiny, earning the Victoria Cross and rapid promotion. He had served in the Abyssinian campaign of 1868 and been chosen by Napier to carry home his final dispatches. And he had worthily shared in the toil, fighting, and honors of the Umbela and Lushai expeditions. In his command of the Kurram Field Force, during the winter of 1878 and 79, he had proved himself a skillful, resolute, and vigorous leader. The officers and men who served under him believed in him enthusiastically, and, what with soldiers is the convincing assurance of whole-souled confidence, they had bestowed on him an affectionate nickname. They knew him, among themselves, as Little Bobs. His administrative capacity he had proved in the post of Quartermaster General in India. Ripe in the experience of war, Roberts at the age of 47 was in the full vigor of manhood, alert in mind, and of tough and enduring physique. He was a very junior major general, but even among his seniors the conviction was general that Lord Lytton, the Viceroy, and Sir F. Haynes, the Commander-in-Chief, acted wisely in entrusting to him the most active command in the impending campaign. Our retention of the Kurram Valley was to prove very useful in the emergency which had suddenly occurred. Its occupation enabled Massey to seize and hold the Shutar-Gudan, and the force in the valley was to constitute the nucleus of the little army of invasion and retribution to the command of which Sir Frederick Roberts was appointed. The apex at the Shutar-Gudan of the salient angle into Afghanistan which our possession of the Kurram Valley furnished was within little more than 50 miles of Kabul, whereas the distance of that city from Lundi Kotul, our advanced position at the head of the Khyber Pass, was about 140 miles, and the route exceptionally difficult. Roberts' column of invasion was to consist of a cavalry brigade commanded by Brigadier General Dunham Massey, and of 2 infantry brigades, the first commanded by Brigadier General McPherson, the second by Brigadier General Baker, 3 batteries of artillery, a company of sappers and miners, and 2 Gatling guns. The Kurram Valley between the Shutar-Gudan and the base was to be garrisoned adequately by a force about 4,000 strong, in protection of Roberts' communications by that line until snow should close it, by which time it was anticipated that communication by the Khyber-Jalalabad-Gundamuk line would be opened up, for gaining and maintaining which a force of about 6,600 men was to be detailed under the command of Major General Bright, which was to furnish a movable column to establish communications onward to Kabul. A strong reserve force was to be gathered between Peshawar and Rawalpindi under the command of Major General Ross, to move forward as occasion might require. In the southwest, Sir Donald Stewart was to recall to Kandahar his troops, which, having begun their march toward India, were now mainly echeloned along the route to Quetta, when that general would have about 9,000 men at his disposition to dominate the Kandahar province, reoccupy Kalat-e-Ghilzai, and threaten Ghuzni, his communications with the Indus being kept open by a brigade of Bombay troops commanded by Brigadier General Fairey. Sir Frederick Roberts left Simla on E.T. September along with Colonel Charles MacGregor, C.B., the brilliant and daring soldier whom he had chosen as Chief of Staff, and traveling night and day they reached Ali Khel on the 12th. The transport and supply difficulty had to be promptly met, and this was effected only by making a clean sweep of all the resources of the Peshawar district, greatly but unavoidably to the hindrance of the advance of the Khyber column, and by procuring carriage and supplies from the friendly tribes of the Kurram. Notwithstanding the most strenuous exertions, it was not until the 1st of October that Robert's little army, having crossed the Shutar Gurdan by detachments, was rendezvoused at and about the village of Kushi in the Logar Plain, within 48 miles of Kabul. Some sharp skirmishes had been fought as the troops traversed the rugged ground between Ali Kel and the Shutar Gurdan, but the losses were trivial, although the general himself had a narrow escape. A couple of regiments and 4 guns under the command of Colonel Money were left in an entrenched camp to hold the Shutar Gurdan. The massacre of the British mission had no sooner been perpetrated than Yaqub Khan found himself in a very bad way. The Kabul Sirdars sided with the disaffected soldiery and urged the emir to raise his banner for a jihad or religious war, a measure for which he had no nerve. Nor had he the nerve to remain in Kabul until Robert should camp under the Bala Hissar and demand of him an account of the stewardship he had undertaken on behalf of the ill-fated Kavanari. What reasons actuated the anxious and bewildered man cannot precisely be known. Whether he was simply solicitous for his own wretched skin, whether he acted from a wish to save Kabul from destruction, or whether he hoped that his entreaties for delay might stay the British advance until the tribesmen should gather to bar the road to the capital. He resolved to fly from Kabul and commit himself to the protection of General Roberts and his army. The day before General Roberts arrived at Kushi, the emir presented himself in Baker's camp, accompanied by his eldest son and some of his Sirdars, among whom was Daoud Shah, the commander-in-chief of his army. Sir Frederick, on his arrival at Kushi, paid a formal visit to the emir, which the latter returned the same afternoon, and took occasion to plead that the general should delay his advance. The reply was that not even for a single day would Sir Frederick defer his march on Kabul. The emir remained in camp, his personal safety carefully protected, but under a species of honorable surveillance, until it should be ascertained judiciously whether or not he was implicated in the massacre of the mission. Yaqub had intimated his intention of presenting himself in the British camp some days in the advance of his arrival, and as telegraphic communication with headquarters was open, his acceptance in the character of an honored guest was presumably in accordance with instructions from Simla. The man who made himself personally responsible for the safety of Kavanari's mission was a strange guest, with an army whose avowed errand was to exact retribution for the crime of its destruction. It might seem not unreasonable to expect that, as an indispensable preliminary to his entertainment, he should have at least afforded some prima facie evidence that he had been zealous to avert the fate which had befallen the mission, and stern in the punishment of an atrocity which touched him so nearly. But instead, he was taken on trust so fully that Afghans resisting the British advance were not so much regarded as enemies resisting an invasion and as constructive vindicators of the massacre, as they were held traitors to their sovereign harboring in the British camp. On the morning of October 2nd, the whole force marched from Kushi toward Kabul, temporarily cutting loose from communication with the Shutar Gurdan to avoid diminishing the strength of the column by leaving detachments to keep the road open. All told, Robert's army was the reverse of a mighty host. Its strength was little greater than that of a Prussian brigade on a war footing. Its fate was in its own hands, for befall it what might, it could hope for no timely reinforcement. It was a mere detachment marching against a nation of fighting men plentifully supplied with artillery, no longer shooting laboriously with jezails, but carrying arms of precision equal or little inferior to those in the hands of our own soldiery. But the men, Europeans and Easterns, hillmen of Scotland and hillmen of Nepal, plainmen of Hampshire and plainmen of Punjab, strode along buoyant with confidence and with health, believing in their leader, in their discipline, in themselves. Of varied race, no soldier who followed Roberts but came of fighting stock. Ever blithely rejoicing in the combat, one and all burned for the strife now before them with more than wonted ardor, because of the opportunity it promised to exact vengeance for a deed of foul treachery. The soldiers had not long to wait for the first fight of the campaign. On the afternoon of the 5th, Baker's brigade, with most of the cavalry and artillery, and with the 92nd Highlanders belonging to McPherson's brigade, camped on the plain to the south of the village of Charasiya, McPherson remaining one march in rear to escort the convoy of ammunition and stores. North of Charasiya rises a semicircular curtain of hills ascending in three successive tiers, the most distant and loftiest range closing in the horizon and shutting out the view of Kabul, distant only about 11 miles. The leftward projection of the curtain, as one looks northward, comes down into the plain almost as far as and somewhat to the left of Charasiya, dividing the valley of Charasiya from the outer plain of Chardeh. To the right front of Charasiya, distant from it about 3 miles, the range is cleft by the rugged and narrow Sung-i-Nawishta Pass, through which run the Logar River and the direct road to Kabul by Beni Hisar. Information had been received that the Afghans were determined on a resolute attempt to prevent the British force from reaching Kabul, and the position beyond Charasiya seemed so tempting that it was regarded as surprising that cavalry reconnaissances sent forward on 3 distinct roads detected no evidences of any large hostile gathering. But next morning showed another sight. At dawn on the 6th, General Roberts, anxious to secure the Sung-i-Nawishta Pass and to render the track through it passable for guns, sent forward his pioneer battalion with a wing of the 92nd and 2 mountain guns. The detachment had gone out no great distance when the spectacle before it gave it pause. From the Sung-i-Nawishta defile, both sides of which were held, the semicircular sweep of the hill crests was crowned by an Afghan host in great strength and regular formation. According to subsequent information, no fewer than 13 regiments of the Afghan regular army took part in the combat, as well as large contingents of irregular fighting men from Kabul and the adjoining villages, while the British camp was threatened from the heights on either side by formidable bodies of tribesmen, to thwart whose obviously intended attack on it a considerable force had to be retained. The dispositions of the Afghan commander Nek Mahmed Khan were made with some tactical skill. The Sung-i-Nawishta Pass itself, the heights on either side, and a low detached eminence further forward were strongly held by Afghan infantry. In the mouth of the pass were 4 Armstrong guns, and on the flanking height 12 mountain guns were in position. The projecting spur towards Charasiya, which was the extreme right of the Afghan position, was held in force, whence an effective fire would bear on the left flank of a force advancing to a direct attack on the pass. But Roberts was not the man to play into the hands of the Afghan tactician. He humored his conception so far as to send forward on his right toward the pass a small detachment of all arms under Major White of the 92nd, with instructions to maintain a threatening attitude in that direction, and to seize the opportunity to cooperate with the flanking movement entrusted to General Baker as soon as its development should have shaken the constancy of the enemy. To Baker, with about 2,000 infantry and 4 guns, was assigned the task of attacking the Afghan right on the projecting spur and ridge, forcing back and dispersing that flank. And then, having reached the right of the Afghan main position on the farthest and loftiest range, he was to wheel to his right and sweep its defenders from the chain of summits. Baker moved out toward his left front against the eminences held by the Afghan right wing, which Nek Mahmed, having discerned the character of Roberts's tactics, was now reinforcing with great activity. The 72nd Highlanders led the attack, supported vigorously by the 5th Gurkhas and the 5th Punjab Infantry. The resistance of the Afghans was stubborn, especially opposite our extreme left, whence from behind their sungas on a steep hill they poured a heavy fire on the assailants. A yet heavier fire came from a detached knoll on Baker's right, which the artillery fire gradually beat down. The Afghans continued to hold the advanced ridge constituting their first position until 2 o'clock, when a direct attack, accompanied by a double flanking fire, compelled their withdrawal. They, however, fell back only to an intermediate loftier position about 700 yards in the rear of the ridge from which they had been driven. Approached by successive rushes under cover of artillery fire, they were then attacked vigorously and fell back in confusion. No rally was permitted them, and by 3 o'clock the whole Afghan right was shattered, and in full flight along the edge of the Chardé Valley. Baker, unfortunately, had no cavalry, else the fugitives would have suffered severely. But the rout of the Afghan right had decided the fortune of the day. Its defenders were already dribbling away from the main position when Baker, wheeling to his right, marched along the lofty crest, rolling up and sweeping away the Afghan defense as he moved toward the Sungi-Nawishta Gorge. That defile had already been entered by the cavalry of White's detachment, supported by some infantry. While Baker had been turning the Afghan right, White and his little force had been distinguishing themselves not a little. After an artillery preparation, the detached hill had been won as the result of a hand-to-hand struggle. Later had fallen into the hands of White's people all the Afghan guns, and the heights to the immediate right and left of the gorge had been carried, the defenders driven away, and the pass opened up. But the progress through it of the cavalry was arrested by a strongly garrisoned fort completely commanding the road. On this fort Baker directed his artillery fire, at the same time sending down 2 infantry regiments to clear away the remnants of the Afghan army still lingering in the pass. This accomplished, the fighting ceased. It had been a satisfactory day. Less than half of Robert's force had been engaged, and this mere brigade had routed the army of Kabul and captured the whole of the artillery it had brought into the field. The Afghan loss was estimated at about 300 killed. The British loss was 20 killed and 67 wounded. On the night of the combat, part of Baker's troops bivouacked beyond the Sungi-Nawishta, and on the following day the whole division passed the defile and camped at Beni Hisar, within sight of the Bala Hisar and the lofty ridge overhanging Kabul. On the afternoon of the 7th, a violent explosion was heard in the Beni Hisar camp from the direction of the Shurpur cantonment north of Kabul, near the site of the British cantonments of 1839 to 41. Next morning information came in that the Shurpur magazine had been blown up, and that the cantonment had been abandoned by the Afghan regiments which had garrisoned that vast unfinished structure. General Massey led out part of his brigade on a reconnaissance, and took possession of the deserted Shurpur cantonment, and of the 75 pieces of ordnance parked within the walls. Massey had observed from the Sia Sung Heights that the Asmai Heights, overhanging the Kabul suburb of Day Afghan, were held by a large body of Afghan soldiery, a force, it was afterwards learned, composed of the remnants of the regiments defeated at Charasiya, 3 fresh regiments from the Kohistan, and the rabble of the city and adjacent villages, having a total strength of nearly 3,000 men, with 12 guns, under the leadership of Mahmed Jan, who later was to figure prominently as the ablest of our Afghan enemies. Massey heliographed his information to General Roberts, who sent Baker with a force to drive the enemy from the heights, and Massey was instructed to pass through a gap in the ridge and gain the Chardé Valley, where he might find opportunity to intercept the Afghan retreat toward the west. Massey pierced the ridge at the village of Al-Shar, and disposed his troops on the roads crossing the Chardé Valley. Meanwhile, Baker found the ascent of the Shur-Darwaza heights so steep that the afternoon was far spent before his guns came into action, and it was still later before part of his infantry effected their descent into the Chardé Valley. Reinforcements necessary to enable him to act did not reach him until dusk, when it would have been folly to commit himself to an attack. A night patrol ascertained that the Afghans had evacuated the position under cover of darkness, leaving behind their guns and camp equipage. On the 9th, the divisional camp moved forward to the Sia Sung Heights, a mile eastward from the Bala Hisar, and there it was joined by Baker and by Massey, who on his way to camp led his weary troopers through the city of Kabul without mishap or insult. The Gurkha regiment was detached to hold the ridge commanding the Bala Hisar, and a cavalry regiment was quartered in the Shurpur cantonment to protect it from the ravages of the villagers. A melancholy interest attaches to the visit paid by Sir Frederick Roberts to the Bala Hisar on the 11th. Through the dirt and squalor of the lower portion he ascended the narrow lane leading to the ruin which a few weeks earlier had been the British Residency. The commander of the avenging army looked with sorrowful eyes on the scene of heroism and slaughter, on the smoke-blackened walls, the blood splashes on the whitewashed walls, the still smoldering debris, the half-burned skulls and bones in the blood-dabbled chamber where apparently the final struggle had been fought out. He stood in the great breach in the quarters of the guides, where the gate had been blown in after the last of the sorties made by the gallant Hamilton, and lingered in the tattered wreck of poor Cavanari's drawing-room, its walls dented with bullet pits, its floor and walls brutally defiled. Next day he made a formal entry into the Bala Hissar, his road lined with his staunch troops, a royal salute greeting the banner of Britain as it rose on the tall flagstaff above the gateway. He held a durbar in the audience chamber, in the garden of the emir's palace. In front and in flank of him the pushing throng of obsequious sirdars of Kabul arrayed in all the colors of the rainbow. Behind them, standing immobile at attention, the guard of British infantry with fixed bayonets, which the soldiers longed to use. The general read the mild proclamation announcing the disarmament of the Kabulese and the punishment of fine which was laid upon the city, but which never was exacted. And then he summarily dismissed the sirdars, 3 only, the Mustafi Yahuja Khan, the emir's father-in-law, and Zachariah Khan, his brother, being desired to remain. Their smug complacency was suddenly changed into dismay when they were abruptly told that they were prisoners. Another ceremonial progress the general had to perform. On the 13th he marched through the streets of Kabul at the head of his little army, the bazaars and dead walls echoing to the music of the bands and the wild scream of the bagpipes. In the Afghan quarter no salams greeted the conquering Feringis, and scowling faces frowned on the spectacle from windows and side streets. 3 days later occurred an event which might have been a great catastrophe. Captain Shafto of the Ordnance was conducting an examination into the contents of the arsenal in the upper Bala Hissar, and had already discovered millions of cartridges and about 150,000 pounds of gunpowder. Daoud Shah, however, expressed his belief that at least 1,000,000 pounds were in store. Captain Shafto, a very cautious man, was pursuing his researches. The Gurkhas were quartered in the upper Bala Hissar near the magazine shed, and the 67th occupied the emir's garden lower down. On the 16th a dull report was heard in the Sia Sung camp, followed immediately by the rising above the Bala Hissar of a huge column of gray smoke, which, as it drifted away, disclosed flashes of flame and sudden jets of smoke, telling of repeated gunpowder explosions. The 67th, powdered with dust, escaped all but scatheless, but the Gurkha regiment had been heavily smitten. 12 poor fellows were killed and 7 wounded. Among the former were 5 principal Gurkha officers. The Bala Hissar was promptly evacuated. Occasional explosions occurred for several days, the heaviest of those on the afternoon of the 16th, which threw on the city a great shower of stones, beams, and bullets. By a jet of stones blown out through the Bala Hissar gate, 4 Afghans were killed, and 2 Sowars and an Afghan badly hurt. Captain Shafto's body and the remains of the Gurkhas were found later and buried, and the determination was formed to have no more to do with the Bala Hissar, but to occupy the Shurpur cantonment. Meanwhile, General Hugh Gough was dispatched with a small force of all arms to escort to Kabul Money's gallant garrison of the Shutar Gurdan, and to close for the winter the line of communication via the Kurram Valley. Colonel Money had undergone with fine soldierly spirit and action not a few turbulent experiences since Roberts had left him and his Sikhs on the lofty crest of Shutar Gurdan. The truculent Ghilzais gave him no peace. His method of dealing with them was for the most part with the bayonet point. The last attempt on him was made by a horde of Ghilzais some 17,000 strong, who completely invested his camp, and, after the civility of requesting him to surrender, a compliment which he answered by bullets, made a close and determined attack on his position. This was on the 18th of October. On the following day, Go heliographed his arrival at Kushi, whereupon Money took the offensive with vigor and scattered to the winds his Ghilzai assailants. On the 30th of October, the Shutar Gudan position was evacuated, and on the 3rd of November, the Kabul force received the welcome accession of headquarters and 2 squadrons of 9th Lancers, Money's 3rd Sikhs, and 4 mountain guns. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Afghan Wars, 1839 through 42 and 1878 through 80, Part 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Shreya Sethi. The Afghan Wars, 1839 through 42 and 1878 through 80, Part 2 by Archibald Forbes. Chapter 3 The Lull Before the Storm. Sir Frederick Roberts had been hurried forward on Kabul charged with the duty of avenging the perpetration of a foul and treacherous crime, which had brought indelible disgrace upon the Afghan nation. The scriptural injunction to turn the other cheek to the smiter has not yet become a canon of international law or practice, and the anticlimax to an expedition engaged in with so stern a purpose of a nominal disarmament and a petty fine never exacted is self-evident. Our nation is given to walk in the path of precedent, and in this juncture the authorities had to their hand the most apposite of precedents. Pollock, by destroying the Char Bazaar in which had been exposed the mangled remains of Burns and Macnaghten, set a mark on Kabul, the memory of which has lasted for decades. Cavagnari and his people had been slaughtered in Bala Hissar, and their bones were still mingled with the smouldering ruins of the Residency. Wise men discerned that the destruction of the fortress, followed by a homeward march as swift yet as measured as had been the march of invasion, could not but have made a deep and lasting impression on the Afghans, while the complications, humiliations, and expense of the long futile occupation would have been obviated. Other counsels prevailed. To discover in a nation virtually accessory as a whole after the fact to the slaughter of the mission, the men on whom lay the suspicion of having been the instigators and perpetrators of the cruel deed, to accord them a fair trial, and to send them to the gallows those on whose hands was found the blood of the massacred mission, was held a more befitting and not less telling course of retributive action than to raise the Bala Hissar, and sow its site with salt. Skillfully and patiently evidence was gathered and submitted to the military commission which General Roberts had appointed. This tribunal took cognizance of crimes nominally of 2 classes. It tried men who were accused of having been concerned in the destruction of the British mission, and those charged with treason and having offered armed resistance to the British troops acting in support of the Amir, who had put himself under their protection. Of the 5 prisoners first tried, condemned, and duly hanged, 2 were signal criminals. One of them, the Kotwal or mayor of Kabul, was proved to have superintended the contumelious throwing of the bodies of the slaughtered guides of the mission escort into the ditch of the Bala Hissar. Another was proved to have carried away from the wrecked Residency a head believed to have been Cavagnari's, and to have exhibited it on the ridge above the city. The other 3 and many of those who were subsequently executed suffered from the crime of treason against Yaqub Khan. Probably there was no Afghan who did not approve of the slaughter of the envoy, and who would not in his heart have rejoiced at the annihilation of the British force. But it seems strange law and stranger justice to hang men for treason against a sovereign who had gone over to the enemy. On the curious expedient of temporarily governing in the name of an Amir, who had deserted his post to save his skin, comment would be superfluous. Executions continued. Few, however, of the mutinous sepoys, who actually took part in the wanton attack on the British Residency, had been secured. and it was judged expedient that efforts should be made to capture and punish those against whom there was evidence of that crime, in the shape of the muster rolls of the regiments now in the possession of the military authorities. It was known that many of the disbanded and fugitive soldiers had returned to their homes in the villages around Kabul, and early in November, General Baker took out a force and suddenly encircled the village of Indiki on the edge of the Charde Valley, a village reported full of Afghan sepoys. A number of men were brought out by the scared headmen and handed over, answering to their names called over from a list carried by Baker, and other villages in the vicinity yielded a considerable harvest of disbanded soldiers. Before the commission, the prisoners made no attempt to conceal their names or deny the regiments to which they had belonged, and 49 of them were found guilty and hanged, nearly all of whom belonged to the regiments that had assailed the Residency. On 12th November, Sir Frederick Roberts proclaimed an amnesty in favour of all who had fought against the British troops on condition that they should surrender their arms and return to their homes. But exempted from the benefit were all concerned in the attack on the Residency. The amnesty was well timed, although most people would have preferred that fewer sepoys and more sirdars should have been hanged. Our relations with the Amir during the early part of his residence in the British camp were not a little peculiar. Nominally, he was our guest, and a certain freedom was accorded to him and his retinue. There was no doubt that the sirdars of the Amir's suite grossly abused their privileges. Whether with Yaqub Khan's cognizance or not, they authorized the use of his name by the insurgent leaders. Nek Mohammed, the insurgent commander at Charasia, was actually in the tents of the Amir on the evening before the fight. To all appearance, our operations continued to have for their ultimate object the restoration of Yaqub Khan to his throne. Our administrative measures were carried on in his name. The hostile Afghans we designated as rebels against his rule, and his authority was proclaimed as the justification of much of our conduct. But the situation gradually became intolerable to Yaqub Khan. He was a guest in the British camp, but he was also in a species of custody. Should our arms reinstate him, he could not hope to hold his throne. His harassed perplexity came to a crisis on the morning of the 12th October, the day of General Roberts' Darbar in the Bala Hissar, which he had been desired to attend. What he specifically apprehended is unknown. What he did was to tell General Roberts with great excitement that he would not go to the Darbar, that his life was too miserable for long endurance, that he would rather be a grass cutter in the British camp than remain Amir of Afghanistan. He was firmly resolved to resign the throne and begged that he might be allowed to do so at once. General Roberts explained that the acceptance of his resignation rested not with him but the Viceroy, pending whose decision matters the General desired should remain as they were, affairs continuing to be conducted in the Amir's name as before. To this the Amir consented. His tents were moved to the vicinity of General Roberts' headquarters, and a somewhat closer surveillance over him was maintained. Secrecy meanwhile was preserved until the Viceroy's reply should arrive. The nature of that reply was intimated by the proclamation which General Roberts issued on the 28th October. It announced that the Amir had of his own free will abdicated his throne and left Afghanistan without a government. The British government, the proclamation continued, now commands that all Afghan authorities, chiefs and sirdars do continue their functions in maintaining order. The British government, after consultation with the principal sirdars, tribal chiefs and others representing the interests and wishes of the various provinces and cities, will declare its will as to the future permanent arrangements to be made for the good government of the people. This ad interim assumption of the rulership of Afghanistan may have been adopted as the only policy which afforded even a remote possibility of tranquility. But it was essentially a policy of speculative makeshift. The retributive and punitive object of the swift march on Kabul can scarcely be regarded as having been fulfilled by the execution of a number of subordinate participants and accessories in the destruction of the mission, and by the voluntary abdication of Yaqub Khan. That the Afghan authorities, chiefs and sirdars would obey the command to maintain order issued by the leader of a few thousand hostile troops, masters of little more than the ground on which they were encamped, experience and common sense seemed alike to render improbable. The Afghans subordinated their internal quarrels to their common hatred of the masterful foreigners, and the desperate fighting of December proved how fiercely they were in earnest. Yaqub Khan had been regarded as merely a weak and unfortunate man, but the shadows gradually darkened around him until at length he came to be a man under grave suspicion. General Roberts became satisfied from the results of the proceedings of the Court of Inquiry that the attack on the Residency, if not actually instigated by him, might at least have been checked by an active exertion on his part. Information was obtained which convinced the general that the ex-emir was contemplating a flight towards Turkestan, and it was considered necessary to place him in close confinement. He remained a close prisoner until December 1st. On the early morning of that day he was brought out from his tent, and after taking farewell of the general and his staff, started on his journey to Peshawar, surrounded by a strong escort. If the hill tribes along his route had cared enough about him to attempt his rescue, the speed with which he travelled afforded them no time to gather for that purpose. During those uneventful October and November days, when the little army commanded by General Roberts lay in its breezy camp on the Sia Sung heights, there was no little temptation for the unprofessional reader of the telegraphic information in the newspapers to hold cheap those reputed formidable Afghans, whose resistance a single sharp skirmish had seemingly scattered to the winds, and who were now apparently accepting without active remonstrance the dominance of the few hundred British bayonets glittering there serenely over against the once turbulent but now tamed hill capital. One may be certain that the shrewd and careful soldier who commanded that scant array did not permit himself to share in the facile optimism, whether on the part of a government or of the casual reader of complacent telegrams. It was true that the government of India had put or was putting some 30,000 soldiers into the field on the apparent end of prosecuting an Afghan war. But what availed Roberts his host of fighting men when he had to realize that, befall him what might in the immediate or near future, not a man of it was available to strengthen or to succour him? The quietude of those cool October days was very pleasant. But the chief knew well how precarious and deceitful was the calm. For the present, the Afghan unanimity of hostility was affected in a measure by the fact that the Amir, who had still a party, was voluntarily in the British camp. But when Yaqub's abdication should be announced, he knew the Afghan nature too well to doubt that the tribal blood feuds would be soldiered for the time, that Durrani and Barakzai would strike hands, that Afghan regulars and Afghan irregulars would rally under the same standards, and that the fierce shouts of Deen Deen would resound on a hilltop and in plain. Cut loose from any base with slowly dwindling strength, with waning stock of ammunition, it was his part to hold his ground here for the winter. He and his staunch soldiers, a firm rock in the midst of those surging Afghan billows that were certain to rise around him. Not only would he withstand them, but he would meet them, for this bold man knew the value in dealing with Afghans of a resolute and vigorous offensive. But it behooved him above all things to make timely choice of his winter quarters where he should collect his supplies, and house his troops and the followers. After careful deliberation, the Sherpur cantonment was selected. It was overlarge for easy defence, but hard work, careful engineering, and steadfast courage would redeem that evil. And Sherpur had the great advantage that besides being in a measure a ready-made defensive position, it had shelter for all the European troops and most of the native soldiery, and that it would accommodate also the horses of the cavalry, the transport animals, and all the needful supplies and stores. An Afghan of the Afghans, Sher Ali, nevertheless, had curiously failed to discern that the warlike strength of the nation which he ruled lay in its intuitive aptitude for irregular fighting, and he had industriously set himself to the effort of warping the combative genius of his people, and of constituting Afghanistan a military power of the regular and disciplined type. He had created a large standing army, the soldiery of which wore uniforms, underwent regular drill, obeyed words of commands, and carried arms of precision. He had devoted great pains to the manufacture of a formidable artillery, and what with presents from the British government and the imitative skill of native artificers, he was possessed at the outbreak of hostilities of several hundred cannon. His artisans were skilful enough to turn out in large numbers very fair rifled small arms, which they copied from British models, and in the Bala Hissar magazine were found by our people vast quantities of gunpowder and of admirable cartridges of local manufacture. There were many reasons why the Kabul division of Sher Ali's army should be quartered apart from his turbulent and refractory capital, and why its cantonment should take the form of a permanent fortified camp, in which his soldiers might be isolated from Kabul intrigues, while its proximity to the capital should constitute a standing menace to the conspirators of the city. His original design, apparently, was to enclose the Behmaru heights within the walls of his cantonment, and thus form a great fortified square upon the heights, in the centre of which should rise a strong citadel dominating the plain in every direction. The Sherpur cantonment was found by Roberts consisted of a fortified enceinte, enclosing on two sides a great open space in the shape of a parallelogram lying along the southern base of the Behmaru heights. When the British troops took possession, only the west and south faces of the enceinte were completed. Although not long built, those were already in bad repair, and the explosion of the great magazine when the Afghan troops abandoned the cantonment had wrecked a section of the western face. The eastern face had been little more than traced, and the northern side had no artificial protection, but was closed in by the Behmaru heights, whose centre was cleft by a broad and deep gorge. The design of the enceinte was peculiar. There was a thick and high exterior wall of mud, with a banquette for infantry protected by a parapet. Inside this wall was a dry ditch, 40 feet wide, on the inner brink of which was the long range of barrack rooms. Along the interior front of the barrack rooms was a veranda faced with arches supported by pillars, its continuity broken occasionally by broad staircases conducting to the roof of the barracks, which afforded a second line of defence. The closing in of the veranda would of course give additional barrack accommodation, but there were quarters in the barrack rooms for at least all the European troops. In the southern face of the enceinte were 3 gateways, and in the centre of the western face there was a fourth, each gate covered adequately by a curtain. Between each gate were semicircular bastions for guns. In the interior there was space to manoeuvre a division of all arms. There was a copious supply of water, and if the aspect of the great cantonment was grim because of the absence of trees and the utter barrenness of the enclosed space, this aesthetic consideration went for little against its manifest advantages as snug and defensible winter quarters. Sher Ali had indeed been all unconsciously a friend in need to the British force, wintering in the heart of that unfortunate potentate's dominions. Human nature is perverse and exacting, and there were those who objurgated his memory because he had constructed his cantonment a few sizes too large to be comfortably defended by Sir Frederick Roberts' little force. But this was manifestly unreasonable, and in serious truth, the Sherpur cantonment was a real godsend to our people. Supplies of all kinds were steadily being accumulated there, and the woodwork of the houses in the Bala Hissar was being carried to Sherpur for use as firewood. On the last day of October, the force quitted the Siasan position and took possession of Sherpur, which had undergone a rigorous process of fumigation and cleansing. The change was distinctly for the better. The force was compacted, and the routine military duties were appreciably lightened, since there were needed merely piquets on the Behmaru heights and sentries on the gates. The little army was healthy, temperate, and in excellent case in all respects. The dispositions for field service made at the outset of the campaign by the military authorities have already been detailed. Regarded simply as dispositions, they left nothing to be desired, and certainly Sir Frederick Roberts' force had been organized and equipped with a fair amount of expedition. But it was apparent that the equipment of that body of 6,500 men, and that equipment by no means of an adequate character, had exhausted for the time the resources of the government as regarded transport and supplies. Promptitude of advance on the part of the force to which had been assigned the line of invasion by the Khyber-Jalalabad route was of scarcely less moment than the rapidity of the stroke which Roberts was commissioned to deliver. The former's was a treble duty. One of its tasks was to open up and maintain Roberts' communications with India, so that the closing of the Shuddergurdan should not leave him isolated. Another duty resting on the Khyber force was to constitute for Roberts a ready and convenient reserve on which he might draw when his occasions demanded. No man could tell how soon after the commencement of his invasion that necessity might arise. It was a prime raison d'etre of the Khyber force to be in a position to give him the hand when he should intimate a need for support. Yet again its presence in the passes dominantly thrusting forward would have the effect of retaining the eastern tribes within their own borders, and hindering them from joining an offensive combination against the little force with which Roberts was to strike at Kabul. But delay on delay marked the mobilization and advance of the troops operating in the Khyber line. There was no lack of earnestness anywhere. The eagerness to push on was universal from the commander to the corporal. But the barren hills and rugged passes could furnish no supplies. The base had to furnish everything, and there was nothing at the base. Neither any accumulation of supplies nor means to transport supplies if they had been accumulated. Weeks elapsed before the organization of the force approached completion, and it was only by a desperate struggle that General Charles Gough's little brigade received by the end of September equipment sufficient to enable that officer to advance by short marches. Roberts was holding his darbar in the Bala Hisar of Kabul on the day that the head of Gough's advance reached Jalalabad. No man can associate the idea of dawdling with Jenkins and his guides. Yet the guides reaching Jalalabad on October 12th were not at Gundamuk until the 23rd, and the Gundamuk is but 30 miles beyond Jalalabad. The anticlimax for the time of General Bright's exertions occurred on November 6th. On that day, he with Gough's brigade reached so far Kabulward as Kuti Sung, 2 marches beyond Gundamuk. There he met General Macpherson of Roberts' forces, who had marched down from Kabul with his brigade on the errand of opening communications with the head of the Khyber column. The two brigades had touch of each other for the period of an interview between the generals, and then they fell apart and the momentary union of communication was disrupted. General Wright had to fall back towards Gundamuk for lack of supplies. The breach continued open only for a few days, and then it was closed, not from down country but from up country. Roberts, surveying the rugged country to the east of Kabul, had discerned that the hill road towards Jugdaluk by Lutaband was at once opener and shorter than the customary tortuous and overhung route through the Khurd-Kabul Pass and by Tezeen. The pioneers were set to work to improve the former. The Lutaband road became the habitual route along which, from Kabul downwards, were posted detachments maintaining the communications of the Kabul force with the Khyber column and India. Nearly simultaneous with this accomplishment was the accordance to Sir Frederick Roberts of the local rank of Lieutenant General, a promotion which placed him in command of all the troops in eastern Afghanistan down to Jumrud, and enabled him to order up reinforcements from the Khyber column at his discretion, a power he refrained from exercising until the moment of urgent need was impending. After his interview at Kutisung with General Bright, Macpherson, before returning to Kabul, made a short reconnaissance north of the Kabul River toward the Lughman Valley and into the Tagau country inhabited by the fanatic tribes of the Safis. From his camp at Naglu, a foraging party consisting of a company of the 67th escorting a number of camels and mules moved westward toward a village near the junction of the Panjshir and Kabul rivers. There, to obtain supplies of grain and forage, the little detachment on its march was suddenly met by the fire of about 1,000 Sari tribesmen. Captain Poole, observing that the tribesmen were moving to cut him off, withdrew his party through a defile in his rear, and taking cover under the riverbank, maintained a steady fire while the camels were being retired. The Safis were extremely bold, and they too shot very straight. Captain Poole was severely wounded, and of his handful of 56 men, 8 were either killed or wounded. But their comrades resolutely held their position until reinforcements came out from the camp. The Safis, who retired with dogged reluctance, were not finally routed until attacked by British infantry in front and flank. After they broke, the cavalry pursued them for 6 miles, doing severe execution. The dead of the 67th were recovered, but the poor fellows had been mutilated almost past recognition. General Macpherson returned to Sherpur on the 20th November, having left a strong garrison temporarily at Lutaband to strengthen communications and open out effectually the new route eastward. General Roberts, with all his exertions, had been unable to accumulate sufficient winter of grain from his native troops and forage for his cavalry and baggage animals. Agents had been purchasing supplies in the fertile district of Medan, distant from Kabul about 25 miles in the Ghazni direction, but the local people lacked carriage to convey the stocks into camp, and it was necessary that the supplies should be brought in by the transport of the force. The country toward Ghazni was reported to be in a state of disquiet, and a strong body of troops was detailed under the command of General Baker for the protection of the transport. This force marched out from Sherpur on November 21st, and next day camped on the edge of the pleasant Medan plain. Baker encountered great difficulties in collecting supplies. The villagers readily gave in their tribute of grain and forage, but evinced extreme reluctance to furnish the additional quantities which our necessities forced us to requisition. With the villagers, it was not a question of money. The supplies for which Baker's commissaries demanded money in hand constituted their provision for the winter season. But the stern maxim of war is that soldiers must live although villagers starve. And this much may be said in our favour, that we are the only nation in the world which, when compelled to resort to forced requisitions, invariably pays in hard cash and not in promissory notes. Baker's ready money tariff was far higher than the current rates, but nevertheless he had to resort to strong measures. In one instant he was defied outright. A certain Bahadur Khan, inhabiting a remote valley in the Bamayan direction, refused to sell any portion of his great store of grain and forage, and declined to comply with the summons to present himself in Baker's camp. It was known that he was under the influence of the aged fanatic Maula the Mushiki Alam, who was engaged in fomenting a tribal rising, and it was reported that he was affording protection to a number of the fugitive sepoys of the ex-Amir's army. A political officer with 2 squadrons of cavalry was sent to bring into camp the recalcitrant Bahadur Khan. His fort and village were found prepared for a stubborn defence. Received with a heavy fire from a large body of men, while swarms of hostile tribesmen showed themselves on the adjacent hills, the horsemen had to withdraw. It was judged necessary to punish the contumacious chief and to disperse the tribal gathering before it should make more head, and Baker led out a strong detachment in light marching order. There was no fighting, and the only enemies seen were a few tribesmen who drew off into the hills as the head of Baker's column approached. Fort, villages, and valley were found utterly deserted. There were no means to carry away the forage and grain found in the houses, so the villages belonging to Bahadur Khan were destroyed by fire. Their inhabitants found refuge in surrounding villages, and there was absolutely no foundation for the statements which appeared in English papers to the effect that old men, women, and children were turned out to die in the snow. In the words of Mr. Hensman, a correspondent who accompanied the column, "There were no old men, women, and children, and there was no snow." British officers cannot be supposed to have found pleasure on the verge of the bitter Afghan winter in the destruction of the hovels and the winter stores of food belonging to a number of miserable villagers, but experience has proved that only by such stern measures is there any possibility of cowing the rancour of Afghan tribesmen. No elation can accompany an operation so pitiless, and the plea of stern necessity must be advanced alike and accepted with a shudder. Of the necessity of some such form of reprisals an example is afforded in an experience which befell General Baker a few days later in the same Medan region. He visited the village of Benivadam with a small cavalry escort. The villagers, with every demonstration of friendliness, entertained the officers and men with milk and fruit, and provided corn and forage for their horses. There were only old men in the village with the women and children, but no treachery was suspected until suddenly two large bodies of armed men were seen hurrying to cut off the retreat. And it was only by hard fighting that the general with his escort succeeded in escaping from the snare. Next day he destroyed the village. Baker probably acted on general principles, but had he cared for precedents, he would have found them in the conduct of the Germans in the Franco-Prussian War. He remained in the Medan district until the transport of the army had brought into Sherpur all the supplies which he had succeeded in obtaining in that region, and then returned to the cantonment. By the terms of the proclamation which he issued on the 28th October, Sir Frederick Roberts was announced as the dominant authority for the time being in eastern and northern Afghanistan. He occupied this position just as far as and no further than he could make it good, and he could make it good only over a very circumscribed area. Even more than had been true of Shah Suja's government 40 years previously was it true of Roberts' government now, that it was a government of sentry boxes. He was firm master of the Sherpur cantonment. General Hills, his nominee, held a somewhat precarious sway in Kabul in the capacity of its governor, maintaining his position there in virtue of the bayonets of his military guard, the support of the adjacent Sherpur, and the waiting attitude of the populace of the capital. East of Kabul, the domination of Britain was represented by a series of fortified posts studding the road to Gundamuk, whence to Jumrud the occupation was closer, although not wholly undisturbed. When a column marched out from Sherpur, the British power was dominant only within the area of its fire zone. The stretch of road it vacated as it moved on ceased to be territory over which the British held dominion. This narrowly restricted nature of his actual sway Sir Frederick Roberts could not but recognize. But how with a force of 7,000 men, all told, was it possible for him to enlarge its borders? One expedient suggested itself, which could not indeed extend the area of his real power, but which might have the effect, to use a now familiar expression, of widening the sphere of his influence. From among the Sirdars who had regarded it as their interest to cast in their lot with the British, he selected 4 to represent him in the capacity of governors of provinces which his bayonets were not long enough to reach. The experiment made it disagreeably plain that the people of the provinces to which he had deputed governors were utterly indisposed to have anything to do either with them or with him. The governors went in no state. They had no great sums to disburse. They were protected by no armored escorts, and they were regarded by the natives much as the southern states of the American Union after the Civil War regarded the carpet-bag governors whom the North imposed upon them. The Logur governor was treated with utter contempt. The Kohistanis despitefully used Shahbaz Khan, and when a brother of Yaqub Khan was sent to use his influence in favour of the worried and threatened governor, he was reviled as a kafir and a Farangi, and ordered peremptorily back to Sherpur if he had any regard for his life. The governor nominate to the remote Turkestan found pretext after pretext for delaying to proceed to take up his functions, and had never quitted the British camp. When Baker returned from Medan, he reported that he had left the district peaceful, in charge of the governor whom he had installed, the venerable and amiable Hassan Khan. Baker's rear guard was scarcely clear of the valley when a mob of tribesmen and sepoys attacked the fort in which the old Sirdar was residing, shot him through the head, and then hacked his body to pieces. It was too clear that the governors, unsupported by bayonets, and whose only weapons were tact and persuasiveness, were at an extreme discount in the condition which Afghanistan presented in the end of November and the beginning of December. End of section 3. Recording by Shreya Sethi.
Section 4 of the Afghan Wars, 1839 to 1842 and 1878 to 1880, Part 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank J., Los Angeles. The Afghan Wars, 1839 to 1842 and 1878 to 1880, Part 2 by Archibald Forbes, Chapter 4, The December Storm, Part 1. The invader of Afghanistan may count as inevitable a national rising against him, but the Afghans are a people so immersed in tribal quarrels and domestic blood feuds that the period of the outbreak is curiously uncertain. The British force, which placed Shah Shuja on the throne and supported him there, was in Afghanistan for more than 2 years before the waves of the national tempest rose around it. The national combination against Robert's occupation was breaking its strength against the Sherpur defenses, while as yet the Kabul force field had not been within sight of the capital for more than 2 months. There seems no relation between opportunity and the period of the inevitable outburst. If in November 1841 the Kabul Sirdars had restrained themselves for a few days longer, 2 more regiments would have been following on Sale's track, and the British force in the cantonments would have been proportionally attenuated. Roberts might have been assailed with better chance of success when his force was dispersed between the Sai Sung camp, the Bala Hissar, and Sherpur than when concentrated in the strong defensive position against which the Afghans beat in vain. Perhaps the rising ripened faster in 1879 than in 1841, because in the former period no Macnaghten fomented intrigues and scattered gold. Perhaps Sher Ali's military innovations may have instilled into the masses of his time some rough lessons in the art and practice of speedy mobilization. The crowning disgrace of 1842 was that a trained army of regular soldiers should have been annihilated by a few thousand hillmen, among whom there was no symptom either of real valor or of good leadership. To Roberts and his force attaches the credit of having defeated the persistent and desperate efforts of levies at least 10 times superior in numbers, well armed, far from undisciplined, courageous beyond all experience of Afghan nature, and under the guidance of a leader who had some conception of strategy and who certainly was no mean tactician. In the Afghan idiosyncrasy, there is a considerable strain of practical philosophy. The blood of the massacred mission was not dry when it was recognized in Kabul that stern retribution would inevitably follow. Well said the Afghans among themselves, what must be, for they are all fatalists. The seniors recalled the memory of the retribution Pollock exacted, how he came, destroyed Istalif, set a mark on Kabul by sending the great bazaar in fragments into the air, and then departed. This time, Istalif was not compromised. If Robert Sahib should be determined to blow up the Char Chowk again, why, that infliction must be endured. It had been rebuilt after Pollock Sahib's engineers had worked their will on it. It could be rebuilt a second time when Robert Sahib should have turned his back on the city, as pray God and the Prophet he might do with no more delay than Pollock Sahib had made out yonder on the longer plain. So after a trial of Robert's metal at Charisia, and finding the testing sample not quite to their taste, the Afghans fell into an attitude of expectancy and were mightily relieved by his proclamation read at the Bala-Hissar Durbar of October 12th. After a reasonable amount of hanging and exaction of the fine laid on the city, it was assumed that he would no doubt depart so as to get home to India before the winter snows should block the passes. But the expected did not happen. The British general established a British governor in Kabul who had a heavy hand and policed the place in a fashion that stirred a lurid fury in the bosoms of haughty Sirdars who had been wont to do what seemed good in their own eyes. He engaged in the sacrilegious work of dismantling the Bala-Hissar, the historic fortress of the nation, within whose walls were the royal palace and the residences of the principal nobles. Those were bitter things, but they could be borne if they were mere temporary inflictions, and if the hated Ferenkis would but take themselves away soon. But that hope was shattered by the proclamation of October 28th, when the abdication of the Emir was intimated and the British Raj in Afghanistan was announced. Yes, that pestilent Zabardasti, little general who would not follow the example of good old Pollock Sahib, and who had held Yaqub Khan and sundry of his Sirdars in close imprisonment in his camp, had now the insolence to proclaim himself virtually the Emir of Afghanistan. Far from showing symptom of budging, He was sending out his governors into the provinces, he was gathering tribute in kind, and he had taken possession of Sher Ali's monumental cantonment, under the shadow of the Behrmu heights on which Afghan warriors of a past generation had slaughtered the Ferengi soldiers as if they had been sheep. And it was the Ferengi's general's cantonment now, which he was cunningly strengthening, as if he meant to make it his permanent fortress. Yaqub Khan had gained little personal popularity during his brief and troubled reign, but he was an Afghan and a Mohammedan, and his deportation to India, followed shortly afterwards by that of his 3 ministers, intensified the rancor of his countrymen and co-religionists against the handful of presumptuous foreigners who arrogantly claimed to sway the destinies of Afghanistan. Church's La Femme is the keynote among Western peoples of an investigation into the origin of most troubles and strifes. The watchword of the student of the springs of great popular outbursts among Eastern nations must be Churches les Praeteres. The Peter, the hermit of Afghanistan, was the old Mushki Alum, the fanatic chief mullah of Ghuzni. This aged enthusiast went to and fro among the tribes, proclaiming the sacred duty of a jihad or religious war against the unbelieving invaders, stimulating the pious passions of the followers of the Prophet by fervent appeals, and joining the chiefs to merge their intestine strifes in the common universal effort to crush the foreign invaders of the Afghan style. This aged enthusiast went to and fro among the tribes, proclaiming the sacred duty of a jihad, or religious war against the unbelieving invaders, stimulating the pious passions of the followers of the Prophet by fervent appeals, and joining the chiefs to merge their intestine strifes in the common universal effort to crush the foreign invaders of the Afghan soil. The female relatives of the abdicated emir fomented the rising by appeals to popular sympathy, and by the more practical argument of lavish distribution of treasure. The flame spread, tribesmen and disbanded soldiers sprang to arms, the banner of the Prophet was unfurled, and the nation heaved with the impulse of fanaticism. Musa Khan, the boy heir of Yaqub, was in the hands of the Mushki Alum, and the combination of fighting tribes found a competent leader in Muhammad Jan, a war-duck general of proved courage and capacity. The plan of campaign was comprehensive and well devised. The contingent from the country to the south of the capital, from Logor, Zermatt, and the Mangal and Jadran districts, was to seize that section of the Kabul Ridge extending from Chirishab northward to the cleft through which flows the Kabul River. The northern contingent from the Kohistan and Kodaman was to occupy the Azmai Heights and the hills further to the northwest, while the troops from the Maidan and Wardak territories, led by Muhammad Jan in person, were to come in from the westward across the Chardai Valley, take possession of Kabul, and rally to their banners the disaffected population of the capital and the surrounding villages. The concentration of the 3 bodies affected, the capital and the ridge against which it leans occupied. The next step would be the investment of the Sherpa cantonment, preparatory to an assault upon it in force. The British general, through his spies, had information of those projects. To allow the projected concentration to be effected would involve serious disadvantages, and both experiments and temperament enjoined on Roberts to the offensive. The Logar contingent was regarded as not of much account, and might be headed back by a threat. Muhammad Jan's force, which was reckoned some 5,000 strong, needed to be handled with greater vigor. Mir Bucha and his Kohistanis were less formidable, and might be dealt with incidentally. Roberts took a measure of wise precaution in telegraphing to Colonel Jenkins on the 7th December to march his guides, cavalry and infantry, from Jogdaluk to Shepper. On the 8th, General Macpherson was sent out toward the west with a column consisting of 1,300 bayonets, 3 squadrons, and 8 guns. Following the Ghuzni road across the Charda Valley, he was to march to Urgende, in the vicinity of which place it was expected that he would find Muhammad Jan's levies, which he was to attack and drive backward in Maidan, taking care to prevent their retreat to the westward in the direction of Bamiyan. On the following day, General Baker marched out with a force made up of 900 infantrymen, 2.5 squadrons, and 4 guns, with instructions to march southward toward the Logor Valley, deal with the tribal gathering there, then bend sharply in a southwesterly direction and take up a position across the Ghuzni Road in the Maidan Valley on the line of retreat which it was hoped that McPherson would succeed in enforcing on Muhammad Jan. In that case, the Afghan leader would find himself between two fires, and would be punished so severely as to render it unlikely that he would give further trouble. To afford time for Baker to reach the position assigned to him, McPherson remained halted during the 9th at Ashar, a village just beyond the debouche of the Nanuchev Pass, at the northwestern extremity of the Asmai Heights. On that day, a cavalry reconnaissance discovered that the Koastani levies in considerable strength had already gathered about Kharezmir, some 10 miles northwest of Kabul, and that masses of Afghans, presumably belonging to the force of Muhammad Jan, were moving northward in the Kohistan direction, apparently with the object of joining Mir Bush's gathering at Kharez. It was imperative that the latter should be dispersed before the junction could be effected, and Sir Frederick Roberts had no option but to order McPherson to alter his line of advance and move against the Kohistanis. Necessary as was this divergence from the original plan of operation, it had the effect of sending to wreck the combined movement from which so much was hoped, and of bringing about a very critical situation. If Lockhart's reconnaissance had been made a day earlier, McPherson might probably have utilized to good purpose by dispersing the Kohistanis, the day which, as it was, he spent halted at Ashar. He might have accomplished that object equally well if, instead of the cavalry reconnaissance made by Lockhart, McPherson himself had been instructed to devote the 9th to a reconnaissance in force in the direction of Kharezmir. The country, being held unsuited for the action of wheeled artillery and cavalry, McPherson left his details of those arms at Ashar and marched on the morning of the 10th on Kharez with his infantry and mountain guns. As his troops crowned the Cirque Hotel, they saw before them an imposing spectacle. The whole terrain around Kharez swarmed with masses of armed tribesmen whose banners were flying on every hillock. Down in the Pugman Valley to the left rear were discerned bodies of the hostile contingent from the west, between which and the Kohistanis no junction had fortunately as yet been made. McPherson's dispositions were simple. His mountain guns shelled with effort the Kohistani tribesmen, and then he moved forward from the Cirque Hotel in 3 columns. His skirmishers drove back the forward stragglers, and then the main columns advancing at the double swept the disordered masses before them and forced them rearward into their entrenched position in front of the Kharez village. There the resistance was half-hearted. After a brief artillery preparation, the columns carried the position with a rush, and the Kohistanis were routed with heavy loss. Mir Bucha and his Kohistanis were well beaten. McPherson camped for the night near Kharez. Baker had reached his assigned position in the Maidan Valley, and there seemed a fair prospect that the operation against Muhammad Jan, as originally designed, might be carried out notwithstanding the interruption to its prosecution which had been found necessary. For there was good reason to believe that the Afghan commander and his force, whose strength was estimated at about 5,000 men, were in the vicinity of Urgunde, about midway between McPherson at Kharez and Baker in the Maidan Valley. If Muhammad Jan would be so complacent as to remain where he was until McPherson could reach him, then Robert's strategy would have a triumphant issue, and the Wardock general and his followers might be relegated to the category of negligible quantities. Orders were sent to McPherson to march as early as possible on the morning of the 11th, follow up the enemy who had been observed retiring toward the west and south, and endeavor to drive them down toward General Baker. He was further informed that the cavalry and horse artillery, which he had left at Ashar, would leave that village at 9 a.m. under the command of Brigadier General Massey, and would cross the Charda Valley by the Urgundu road, on which he was directed to join them on his march. The specific instructions given to General Massey were as follows: to advance from Ashar by the road leading directly from the city of Kabul toward Urgunde and Ghuzni, the main Ghuzni road, to proceed cautiously and quietly feeling for the enemy, to communicate with General McPherson, and to act in conformity with that officer's movements, but on no account to commit himself to an action until General McPherson had engaged the enemy. McPherson marched at 8 a.m., moving in a southwesterly direction toward Urgunde by a direct track in the rear of the range of hills bounding the western edge of the Charda Valley. To the point at which it was probable that he and Massey should meet, he had considerably further to travel than had the latter from the Ashar camp, and McPherson's force consisted of infantry, while that of Massey was cavalry and horse artillery. Massey left Ashar at 9 a.m. in consideration of the shorter distance he had to traverse, and he headed for Kilakazi, a village near the foothills of the western ridge about 4 miles from Ashar as the crow flies. He did not comply with the letter of his instructions to follow the Ghuzni road because of the wide detour marching by it would have involved, but instead made his way straight across country. That he should have done this was unfortunate, since the time he thus gained threw him forward into a position involving danger in advance of any possible cooperation on the part of McPherson, who was still far away from the point of intended junction, while Massey was comparatively near it. Massey's force consisted of 2 squadrons, 9th Lancers, and a troop of 14th Bengal Lancers, escorting 4 horse artillery guns. He had detached a troop of 9th Lancers to endeavor to open communication with McPherson in compliance with his instructions. As he approached Kilakazi, Captain Gu, commanding the troop of 9th Lancers forming the advance guard, sent back word that the hills on either side of the Ghuzi road some distance beyond the village were occupied by the enemy in considerable force. Massey, in his unsupported condition and destitute of any information as to McPherson's whereabouts, would have shown discretion by halting on receipt of this intelligence pending further developments. But he probably believed that the Afghans flanking the road were casual tribesmen from the adjacent villages who were unlikely to make any stand, and he determined to move on. What he presently saw gave him pause. A great mass of Afghans, some 2,000 strong, were forming across the Ghuzni road. From the hills to the right and left, broad streams of armed men were pouring down the hill slopes and forming on the plain. The surprise was complete, the situation full of perplexity. That gathering, host in Massey's front, could be none other than Muhammad Jan's entire force. So far from being in retreat southward and westward, so far from waiting supinely about Urgende until McPherson, as per program, should drive it on to the muzzles of Baker's martinis, here it was inside our guard, in possession of the interior line, its front facing toward turbulent Kabul and depleted Sherpur, with no obstruction in its path save this handful of lancers and these 4 guns. Massey's orders, it was true, were to act in conformity with McPherson's movements, and on no account to commit himself to an action until that officer had engaged the enemy. Yes, but could the framer of those orders have anticipated the possibility of such a position as that in which Massey now found himself? There was no McPherson within ken of the perplexed cavalryman, nor the vaguest indication of his movements. The enemy had doubled on that stout and shrewd soldier. It was clear that for the moment he was not within striking distance of his foe, whether on flank or on rear. No course of action presented itself to Massey that was not fraught with grave contingencies. If he should keep to the letter of his orders, the Afghan host might be in Kabul in a couple of hours. Should he retire slowly, striving to retard the Afghan advance by his cannon fire and by the threatening demonstrations of his cavalry, the enemy might follow him up so vigorously as to be beyond McPherson's reach when that officer should make good his point in the direction of Urgende. If, on the other hand, he should show a bold front in departing from his orders in the urgent crisis face-to-face with which he found himself, should strain every nerve to hold the Afghan masses in their present position, there was the possibility that, at whatever sacrifice to himself and his little force, he might save the situation and gain time for McPherson to come up and strike Muhammad Jan on flank and in rear. For better or for worse, Massey committed himself to the rasher enterprise and opened fire on the swiftly growing Afghan masses. The first range was held not sufficiently effective, and in the hope by closer fire of deterring the enemy from effecting the formation they were attempting, the guns were advanced to the shorter ranges of 2,500 and 2,000 yards. The shells did execution, but contrary to precedent, did not daunt the Afghans. They made good their formation under the shell fire. Muhammad Jan's force had been estimated of about 5,000 strong. According to Massey's estimate, it proved to be double that number. The array was well led. It never wavered, but came steadily on with waving banners and loud shouts. The guns had to be retired. They came into action again, but owing to the rapidity of the Afghan advance at shorter range than before. The carbine fire of 30 dismounted lancers had no appreciable effect. The outlook was already ominous when, at this moment, Sir Frederick Roberts came on the scene. As was his wont, he acted with decision. The action, it was clear to him, could not be maintained against odds so overwhelming and in grounds so unfavorable. He immediately ordered Massey to retire slowly, to search for a road by which the guns could be withdrawn, and to watch for an opportunity to execute a charge under cover of which the guns might be extricated. He dispatched an aide-de-camp in quest of Macpherson, with an order directing that officer to wheel to his left into the Charta Valley and hurry to Massey's assistance. And he ordered General Hills to gallop to Sherper and warn General Hugo, who had charge in the cantonment, to be on the alert, and also to send out at speed a wing of the 72nd to the village of Deux Maisons, in the throat of the gorge of the Kabul River, which the Highlanders were to hold to extremity. The enemy were coming on, the guns were in imminent danger, and the moment had come for the action of the cavalry. The gallant Cleland gave the word to his lancers and led them straight for the center of the Afghan line, the troop of Bengal lancers following in support. Go, away on the Afghan left, saw his chief charging, and he eagerly conformed, crushing in on the enemy's flank at the head of his troop. Self-sacrifice, the Germans hold the duty of cavalry, and there have been few forlorner hopes than the errand on which on this ill-starred day our 200 troops rode into the heart of 10,000 Afghans flushed with unwonted good fortune. Through the dust cloud of the charge were visible the flashes of the Afghan volleys and the sheen of the British lance heads as they came down to the engage. There was a short interval of suspense, the stour and bicker of the melee faintly heard, but invisible behind the bank of smoke and dust. Then, from out the cloud of battle, riderless horses came galloping back, followed by broken groups of troopers. Gallantly led home, the charge had failed. What other result could have been expected? Its career had been blocked by sheer weight of opposing numbers. 16 troopers had been killed, 7 were wounded, 2 officers had been slain in the hand-to-hand strife. Cleland came out with a sword cut and a bullet wound. Captain Stuart Mackenzie had been crushed under his fallen horse, but distinguished himself greatly and brought the regiment out of action. As the dust settled, it was apparent that the charge had merely encouraged the enemy, who, as they steadily pressed on in good order, were waving their banners in triumph and brandishing their tulwars and knives. The fire from the Snyders and Enfields of their marksmen was well directed and deliberate. While Cleland's broken troopers were being rallied, 2 guns were brought into action, protected in a measure by Gough's troop and the detachment of Bengal lancers, which had not suffered much in the charge. But the Afghans came on so ardently that there was no alternative but prompt retreat. 1 gun had to be spiked and abandoned, Lieutenant Hardy of the horse artillery remaining by it until surrounded and killed. Some 500 yards further back, near the village of Bagwana, the 3 remaining guns stuck fast in a deep water course. At General Roberts' instance, a second charge was attempted to give time for their extrication, but it made no head, so that the guns had to be abandoned, and the gunners and drivers with their teams accompanied the retirement of the cavalry. Some fugitives, both of cavalry and artillery, hurried to the shelter of the cantonment somewhat precipitately, but the great majority of Massey's people behaved well, rallying without hesitation and constituting the steady and soldierly little body with which Roberts, retiring on Deux Maisons, as slowly as possible to give time for the Highlanders from Sherper to reach that all-important point, strove to delay the Afghan advance. This, in a measure, was accomplished by the dismounted fire of the troopers, and the retirement was distinguished by the steady coolness displayed by Coe's men and Neville's Bengal lancers. Deux Maisons was reached, but no Highlanders had as yet reached that place. The carbines of the cavalrymen were promptly utilized from the cover the village afforded, but they could not have availed to stay the Afghan rush. The carbines of the cavalrymen were promptly utilized from the cover the village afforded, but they could not have availed to stay the Afghan rush. There was a short interval of extreme anxiety until the 200 men of the 72nd, Brownlow leading them, became visible advancing at the double through the gorge. It was literally touch and go who should reach the village first, the Highlanders or the Afghans, who were streaming toward it like ants on a hill. But the men on the 72nd swept in, and swarming to the housetops, soon checked with their breech-loaders the advancing tide. After half an hour of futile effort, the Afghans saw fit to abandon the attempt to force the gorge, and inclining to their right, they occupied the Takhti Shah summit, the slopes of the Shur Darwaza Heights, and the villages in the southeastern section of the Charta Valley. Macpherson, marching from the Sirk Kotal toward Urgende, had observed parties of Afghans crossing his front in the direction of the Charta Valley, and when the sound reached him of Massey's artillery fire, he wheeled to his left through a break in the hills opening into the Charta Valley, and approached the scene of the discomfiture of Massey's forces. This he did at 12:30 p.m., 4.5 hours after leaving the Sirk Kotal. As the length of his march was about 10 miles, it may be assumed that he encountered difficulties in the rugged track by which he moved, for Macpherson was not the man to linger by the way when there was the prospect of a fight. Had it been possible for him to have marched 2 hours earlier than he did, and his orders were to march as early as possible, his doing so would have made all the difference in the world to Massey, and could scarcely have failed to change the face of the day. He did not discover the lost guns, but he struck the Afghan rear, which was speedily broken and dispersed by the 67th and 3rd Sikhs. Macpherson's intention to spend the night at Kilikazi was changed by the receipt of an order from General Roberts calling him to Demazon, where he arrived about nightfall. Sir Frederick Roberts then returned to Sherpur, for the defence of which General Hugo had made the best dispositions in his power, and the slender garrison of which was to receive in the course of the night an invaluable accession in the shape of the Guides, 900 strong, whom Jenkins had brought up by forced marches from Jogdaluk. The misfortunes of the day were in a measure retrieved by a well-timed, ready-witted, and gallant action on the part of that brilliant and lamented soldier, Colonel MacGregor. A wing of the 72nd had been called out to hold the gorge of the Kabul River, but the Nanuche Pass, through which led the direct road from the scene of the combat to Sherpur, remained open, and there was a time when the Afghan army was heading in its direction. MacGregor had hurried to the open pass in time to rally about him a number of Massey's people, who had lost their officers and were making their way confusedly toward the refuge of Sherpur. Remaining in possession of this important point until all danger was over, he noticed that the ground about Bangwana, where the guns had been abandoned, was not held by the enemy, and there seemed to him that the opportunity to recover them presented itself. Taking with him a detachment of lancers and artillerymen, he rode out and met with no molestation beyond a few shots from villagers. From Macpherson's baggage guard, met as it crossed the valley toward Sherpur, he requisitioned 60 infantrymen who entered and held Bangwana, and covered him and the gunners during the long and arduous struggle to extricate the guns from their lair in the deep and rugged watercourse. This was at length accomplished. Scratch teams were improvised, and the guns, which were uninjured although the ammunition boxes had been emptied, were brought into the cantonment to the general joy. End of section 5. Recording by Frank J., Los Angeles.
Section 17 of the Afghan Wars, 1839 through 42 and 1878 through 80, Part 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Afghan Wars, 1839 through 42 and 1878 through 80, Part 2, by Archibald Forbes. Chapter 5, The December Storm, Part 2. The result of the day's operations left General Baker momentarily belated, but on the morning of the 11th, that officer, finding that no Afghans were being driven down upon him in accordance with the program, quitted the Midian country and marched northward towards Urinda. An attack on his baggage and rearguard was foiled, but as he reached his camping ground for the night at Urinda, the Afghans were found in possession of the gorge opening into the Charda Valley, through which ran his road to Kabul. They were dislodged by a dashing attack of part of the GTD Highlanders led by Lieutenant Scott Napier. It was not until the morning of the 12th that Baker was informed by telegraph from Sherpur of the occurrences of the previous day and received directions to return to the cantonment without delay. In the course of a few hours he was inside Sherpur, notwithstanding that his march had been constantly molested by attacks on his rear guard. The casualties of the 11th had been after all not very serious. All told, they amounted to 30 men killed and 44 wounded, 51 horses killed and 16 wounded. But the Afghans were naturally elated by the success they had unquestionably achieved. The national rising had been inaugurated by a distinct triumph, the news of which would bring into the field incalculable swarms of fierce and fanatical partisans. It was clear that Mohammed John had a quick eye for opportunities and some skill in handling men, that he could recognize the key point of a position and act boldly and promptly on that recognition. His tactics of the 11th made abundantly obvious, and his commanding position on the morning of the 12th still further demonstrated his tactical ability. L'audience au corps, l'audience et toujours l'audience is the game to be played by the commander of a disciplined troops against aesthetic levies. And no man was more sensible of this than the gallant soldier who now from the bastion of Sherpur could see the Afghan standards waving on the summit of Takia Shah. Indeed, he was impressed so thoroughly by the force of the maximum as to allow himself to hope that some 560 soldiers, of whom about one-third were Europeans, backed by a couple of mountain guns, would be able to carry by assault the lofty peak, strongly held by the resolute Afghans in protected positions supported by thousands of their fellows lying out of sight until an attack developed itself, to meet which they were at hand to reinforce the garrison of the Takia Shah. From the gorge of the Kabul River there runs due south to near Charshah a lofty and rugged range, the highest point of which the Takia Shah is about midway from either extremity. From this main ridge there project eastward at right angles two lateral spurs. The shorter and more northerly of those runs down to the Bala Hissar, the longer and more southerly obtruding itself into the plain as far as the village of Beni Hissar. This latter spur quits the main ridge no great distance south of the Takia Shah peak, and on the 12th the Afghan reserves were massed in rear of the peak, both on the main ridge and on this spur. The steep bases of the mountain were strewn with great smooth boulders and jagged masses of rock. The ascent, everywhere laborious, was complicated in places by sheer scarps, and those formidable impediments were made still more difficult by frequent sangas, strong stone curtains behind which the defenders lay safe or fired with a minimum of exposure. On the summit was a great natural cavity which had been made bomb-proof by art, and further cover was afforded by caves and line of rock. The most northerly portion of the ridge described is known as the Shir Dwaza Heights, which Macpherson had occupied on the morning of the 12th, and his brigade it was which furnished the little force already mentioned as charged to attempt the task of storming the Takia Shah. For several hours Morgan's two mountain guns industrially shelled that peak, and then the infantry made their effort. The Afghans fought stubbornly in defense of a lower hill they had held in advance of the Takia Shah, but after a hard struggle they had to abandon it to Macpherson's resolute men. But the exertions of the latter to ascend the peak were balked by its rugged steepness and the fire of the Afghans holding the sun-gauze on its face. Sir Frederick Roberts had to recognize that the direct attack by so weak a force, unaided by diversion, could not succeed, and he ordered further efforts to be deferred. The casualties of the abortive attempt included 3 officers, one of whom, Major Cook, V.C. of the Gurkhas, than whom the British army contained no better soldier, died of his wound. Macpherson was directed to hold the ground he had won, including the lower advanced hill, and was informed on the following morning he was to expect the co-operation of General Baker from the direction of Beni Hissar. The lesson of the result of attempting impossibilities had been taken to heart, and the force which Baker led out on the morning of the 13th was exceptionally strong, consisting as it did of the 92 Highlanders and Guides infantry, a wing of the 3D Sikhs, a cavalry regiment, and 8 guns. Marching in the direction of the lateral spur extending from the main ridge eastward to Beni Hissar, Baker observed that large masses of the enemy were quitting the plain villages about Beni Hissar, in which they had taken shelter for the night, and were hurrying to gain the summit of the spur which constituted the defensive position of the Afghan reserve. Baker's coup d'etat was quick and true. By gaining the center of the spur, he would cut into the Afghan line along its summit, and so isolate and neutralize the section of it from the center of the Beni Hissar extremity, toward which section the reinforcements from the plain villages were climbing. But to accomplish this shrewd stroke it was necessary that he should act with promptitude and energy. His guns opened fire on the summit. The Sikhs extended athwart the plain, protected his right flank. His cavalry on the left cut into the bodies of Afghans hurrying to ascend the eastern extremity of the spur. With noble immolation the Highlanders and the Guides sprang up the rugged slope, their faces set towards the center of the summit line. Major White, who already earned many laurels in this campaign, led on his Highlanders, the Guides, burning to make the most of their opportunity to distinguish themselves. Followed eagerly the gallant chief who had so often led them to victory on other fields. Lieutenant Forbes, a young officer of the 92 heading the advance of his regiment, reached the summit accompanied by his only color sergeant. A band of Ghazis rushed on the pair and the sergeant fell. As Forbes stood covering his body, he was soon overpowered and slain. The sudden catastrophe staggered for a moment for many the soldiers following their officer, but Lieutenant Dick Cunningham rallied them immediately and led them forward at speed. For his conduct on this occasion, Cunningham received the Victoria Cross. With rolling volleys, Highlanders and Guides reached and won the summit. The Afghans momentarily clung to the position, but the British fire swept them away and the bayonets disposed of the Ghazis, who fought and died in defense of their standards. The severance of the Afghan line was complete. A detachment was left to maintain the isolation of some 2,000 of the enemy who had been cut off. And then swinging to their right, Baker's regiment swept along the summit of the spur towards the main ridge of the Taki Shah, the Highlanders leading. As they advanced, they rolled up the Afghan line, and a panic set in among the enemy, who sought safety in flight. Assailed from both sides, for Macpherson's men from the conical hill were passing up the north side of the peak, and shaken by the steady fire of the mountain guns, the garrison of the Taki Shah evacuated the position. Baker's soldiers toiled vigorously upward towards the peak, keen for the honor of winning it. But the credit of that achievement justly fell to their comrades of the Macpherson's command, who have striven so valiantly to earn it the day before, and who had gained possession of the peak and the Afghan standards flying on its summit, a few minutes before the arrival of the White Highlanders and Jenkins guides. As the midday gun was fired in the cantonment, the flash of the telegraph from the peak told that the Taki Shah was won. While Baker was sweeping the spur and climbing the lofty peak of the main ridge, his reserve, which remained in the plain, was in sharp action against the masses of assailants from the city and other bodies from the villages of Beni Hissar. Those were beaten off by the 3D Sikhs, and Baker's flanks were thus cleared, but the resolute Afghans, bent on interfering with his return march, surged away in the direction of the Si Song Ridge and gathered thereon in considerable strength. The guns of Shapur called them smartly, but they held their ground, and Massey went out to disperse them with the cavalry. The Afghans showed an unwonted resolution, confronting the cavalry with extraordinary steadiness and regular formation, and withholding their fire until the troopers were close upon them. But the horsemen were not to be denied. Captains Butson and Chrysalom led their squadrons against the Afghan flanks, and the troopers of the 9th avenged the mishap which had befallen the gallant regiment 2 days before. Riding through and through, the hostile masses were scattering all over the plain. But in the charge Butson was killed, Chrysalom and Tor were wounded, and the sergeant major and 3 men were killed, and 7 were wounded. Brilliant charges were delivered by the other cavalry detachments, and the Si Sung heights were ultimately cleared. The Guides' cavalry attacked, defeated, and pursued for a long distance a body of Kanistans marching from the northeast, apparently with intent to join Muhammad Jan. The casualties of the day were 16 killed and 45 wounded. Not a heavy loss considering the amount of hard fighting. The Afghans were estimated to have lost in killed alone from 200 to 300 men. The operations of the day were unquestionably successful. So far they went, but the actual results attained scarcely warranted the anticipation that the Afghans would acknowledge themselves defeated by breaking up their combination and dispersing to their homes. It was true that they had been defeated, but they had fought with unprecedented stubbornness and gave little evidence of being cowed. Throughout the day, the villages around Kabul had evinced a rancorous hostility which had marked significance. Not less significant was the participation in the fighting of the day of the part of the population of Kabul. As Baker was returning to Shapur in the evening, he had been fired upon from Bala Hissar, and his flanking parties had found ambushes of armed Afghans among the willows between the city and the cantonment. But for the skill and courage of the non-commissioned officer in charge of a convoy of wounded on its way to Shapur would certainly have been destroyed. But there was a stronger argument than any of those indications, significant as they were of the unbroken spirit of the Afghans, telling against the probability that the operations of the day would have the effect of putting down the national rising. The hordes which had gathered to the banners of the Moski Alam and Muhammad Jan, combined with the fascination of the jihad, a fine secular greed for plunder, was it likely they would scatter resignedly, leaving untouched the rich booty of the city that had been almost within arm's length as they looked down on it from the peak of the Taki Shah, and whose minarets they were within sight of the spur in the villages of Beni Hissar? Was that ever likely? And was it not made more and yet more unlikely when on the afternoon of the 13th Macpherson, acting on orders, moved his camp to the Beni Hissar heights, evacuating De Mazang and leaving open to the enemy the road into the city through the Kabul gorge? The following morning was to show how promptly and how freely the Afghans had taken advantage of the access to the capital thus afforded them. It must never be forgotten that at this time our people in Afghanistan held no more territory than the actual ground they stood upon and the terrain swept by their fire. No trustworthy intelligence from outside that region was procurable, and of this there can be no clearer evidence than that the general was under the belief that the enemy had been foiled in their western and southern operations. The morning of the 14th effectively dispelled the optimistic anticipations indulged in overnight. At daybreak, a large body of Afghans with many standards were discerned on a hill about a mile northward of the H.G.Wells Raj, from which and from the Consolidation road they were moving on the crest of that ridge. They were joined by several thousands coming up the slopes out from the village of the Afghan, the northern suburb of Kabul. It was estimated that there were about 8,000 men in position along the summit of the ridge, and occupying also a low conical hill beyond its northwestern termination. The array of Afghans displayed itself within a mile of the west face of the Sherpur cantonment, and formed a menace which could not be brooked. To General Baker was entrusted the task of dislodging the enemy from the threatening position, and there was assigned to him for this purpose a force consisting of about 1,200 bayonets, 8 guns, and a regiment of native cavalry. His first object was to gain possession of the conical hill already mentioned, and thus to bar Afghan force on the Assami heights from receiving accessions either from the masses on the hill further north or by the Consolidation road. Under cover of the artillery fire, the Highlanders and Guides occupied this conical hill after a short conflict. A detachment was left to hold it, and then Colonel Jenkins, who commanded the attack, set about the odious task of storming from the northward and formidable position of the Assami heights. The assault was led by Brownlow's staunch Highlanders, supported on the right by the Guides operating on the enemy's flank, and the Afghan position was heavily shelled by 4 of Baker's guns, and by 4 more in action near the southwestern corner of the Sherpur cantonment. Macpherson from his position on the Bala Hissar hill aided the attack by the fire of his guns, and also by dispatching 2 companies of the 67th to cross the Kabul gorge and operate against the enemy's left rear. In the face of a heavy fire, the Highlanders and Guides climbed with great speed and steadiness the rugged hillside, leading up the Afghan breastwork on the northern edge of the summit. Their approach and the crushing shrapnel fire from the guns near Sherpur had caused numerous Afghans to move downward from the position toward the Afghan, heavily smitten as they went. But the Ghazis in the breastworks made a strenuous resistance and died under their banners as the Highlanders carried the defenses with a rush. The crest, about a quarter of a mile long, was transversed under heavy fire, and the southern breastwork of the peak was approached. It was strong and strongly held, but a crossfire was brought to bear on its garrison, and then the frontal attack led by a lance corporal of the 72D was delivered. After a hand-to-hand grapple in which Highlanders and Guides were freely cut and slashed by the knives of the Ghazis, the position, which was found full of dead, was carried, but with considerable loss. The whole summit of the Assami heights was now in British possession, and everything seemed auspicious. The Afghans streaming down from the heights towards the city were being lacerated by shell fire and musketry fire as they descended. When they took refuge in the Afghan, the suburb was heavily shelled, and it was gradually evacuated. Scarcely had Jenkins won the summit of the Assami ridge when the fortune of the day was suddenly overcast. Indeed, while he was still engaged in the attainment of the object, premonitorily indications of serious mischief were unexpectedly presenting themselves. A vast host of Afghans, described as numbering from 15,000 to 20,000, debouched into the Kardon Valley from the direction of the Indiki and were moving northwards, apparently with the object of forming a junction with the masses occupying the hills of the northwest of the Assami heights. About the same time, cavalry scouting the Sharda Valley brought in information that large parties of hostile infantry and cavalry were hurrying across the valley in the direction of the conical hill, the defense which had been entrusted to Lieutenant Colonel Clark with 120 Highlanders and Guides. Recognizing Clark's weakness, General Baker had judiciously reinforced that officer with 4 mountain guns and 100 bayonets. The guns opened fire on the Afghan bodies, marching from the Killa Ghazi direction, and drove them out of range, but they coalesced with the host of advancing from the Indiki, and vast masses of Afghans facing to the right, struck the whole range of the British position near the Kabul Gorge on the south to and beyond the conical hill on the north. The most valuable point was the selection at and which a menace, the necessity for supplying Clark with further reinforcements became urgently manifest. Baker sent up a second detachment, and 200 Sikhs came out from the Sherpur at the double. But the Afghans, creeping stealthily in great numbers up the slope from out the Charda Valley, had a shorter distance to travel, and were beforehand with the enforcements. Their tactics were on par with their resolution. The left of their attack rasped and held north of the conical hill, and from this position of vantage brought a crossfire to bear on Clark's detachment. As their direct attack developed itself, it encouraged from the conical hill a heavy rifle fire, and shells at short range tore through the loose rush of Ghazis. But the fanatics sped on and up without wavering. As they gathered behind a mound for the final onslaught, Captain Spence of the 72D, with a handful of his Highlanders, went out on the forlorn hope of dislodging them. A rush was made on him. He was overpowered and slaughtered after a desperate resistance, and the Afghan charge swept up the hillside. In momentarily panic, the defenders gave ground, carrying downhill with them the enforcement of the Punjabis which Captain Hall was bringing up. 2 of the mountain guns were lost, but there was a rally at the foot of the hill, under cover of which the other 2 were extricated. The Afghans refrained from descending onto the plain, and directed their efforts towards cutting the occupants of the position on the Assami summit. They ascended by 2 distinct directions. One body from the conical hill followed the route taken by Jenkins in the morning. Another scaled a spur, trending downward to the Charda Valley from the southern extremity of the Assami Ridge. It was estimated that the Afghan strength disclosed this day did not fall short of 40,000 men. General Roberts was reluctantly compelled to abandon for the time any further offensive efforts. His reasons, stated with perfect frankness, may best be given in his own words. Upon to this time, he wrote, I had no reason to apprehend that the Afghans were in sufficient force to cope successfully with disciplined troops, but the resolute and determined manner in which the conical hill had been recaptured, and the information sent to me by Brigadier General Macpherson that large masses of the enemy were still advancing from the north, south, and west, made it evident that the numbers combined against us were too overwhelming to admit of my comparatively small force meeting them. I therefore determined to withdraw from all isolated positions, and to concentrate the whole force at Shapur, thus securing the safety of our large cantonment and avoiding what had now become a useless sacrifice of life. The orders issued to Generals Baker and Macpherson to retire into the cantonment were executed with skill and steadiness. Jenkins' evacuation of the Assami position was conspicuously adroit. When the order to quit reached that able officer, Major Stockwell of the 72D was out with a small detachment, maintaining a hot fire on the Afghan bodies ascending by the southern spur of the Charber Valley. He fell back with great deliberation, and when he rejoined the retirement down the hill face looking towards Shapur, was leisurely proceeded with, the hostile advance from the northern side being held in check by the fire-covering parties from Jenkins' left flank. General Macpherson's retirement was masterly, flanking his march through the Kabul Gorge with 2 companies of the 67th, who stalled off a rush of Ghazis from the Assami crest. He continued his march through the suburb of De Afghan, his baggage in front under a strong guard. Some few shots were exchanged before the suburb was cleared, but the casualties were few, and presently the brigade entered the cantonment. General Baker continued to hold a covering position with part of his force until the troops from the heights of Macpherson's command had made good their retirement, and he was the last to withdraw. By dusk, the whole force was safely concentrated within the cantonment, and the period of the defensive had begun. The casualties of that day were serious. 35 killed and 107 wounded. During the week of fighting, the little force had lost somewhat heavily. The killed numbered 83 and wounded 192. 8 officers were killed and 12 were wounded. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Afghan Wars, 1839 to 1842 and 1878 to 1880. Part 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Yalda Anverzad. The Afghan Wars 1839 to 1842 and 1878 to 1880. Part 2 by Archibald Forbes. Chapter 5 On the Defensive in Sherpur. Although overlarge for its garrison, the Sherpur cantonment had many of the features of a strong defensive position. On the southern and western faces, the massive and continuous onset made it impregnable against any force unprovided with siege artillery. But on the eastern face, the wall had been built to the elevation only of 7 feet, and at either end of the Bimaru Heights, which constituted the northern line of defense, there were open gaps which had to be made good. The space between the northwestern bastion and the heights was closed by an entrenchment supported by a laager of Afghan gun carriages and limbers, the ground in front strengthened by abattis and wire entanglements, beyond which a village flanking the northern and western faces was occupied as a detached post. The open space on the northeastern angle was similarly fortified. The village of Bimaru was loopholed, and outlying buildings to the front were placed in a state of defense. The unfinished eastern wall was heightened by logs built up in tiers, and its front was covered with abattis, a tower and garden outside being occupied by a detachment. A series of block houses had been built along the crest of the Bimaru Heights, supporting a continuous entrenchment, gun emplacements made in the line of defense, and the gorge dividing the heights strongly fortified against an attack from the northern plain. The onset was divided into sections, to each of which was assigned a commanding officer with a specified detail of troops, and a strong reserve of European infantry was under the command of Brigadier General Baker, ready at short notice to reinforce any threatened point. It was presumably owing to the absorption of the troops in fighting, collecting supplies, and providing winter shelter, that when the concentration within Sherpur became suddenly necessary, the defenses of the position were still seriously defective. And throughout the period of investment the force was unremittingly engaged in the task of strengthening them. Nor had the military precaution been taken of raising the villages and enclosures within the fire zone of the onset, and they remained to afford cover to the enemy during the period of investment. Before the enemy cut the telegraph wire in the early morning of the 15th, Sir Frederick Roberts had informed the authorities in India of his situation and of his need for reinforcements, and he had also ordered up General Charles Gough's brigade without loss of time. Gough was already at Jagdalak when he received the order calling him to Kabul, but he had to wait for reinforcements and supplies, and the tribesmen were threatening his position in the line of communication in rear of it. He did not move forward until the 21st. On the following day he reached Lataband, whence he took on with him the garrison of that post, but although his march was unmolested, it was not until the 24th that he reached Sherpur, a day too late to participate in repelling the assault on the cantonment. While General Roberts' force was busily engaged in making good the defenses of Sherpur, the Afghans refrained from attempting to back their success on the Asmai Heights by an assault on the defensive position which seemed to invite an attack. During the first 2 days of their possession of the city, they were enjoying the fruits of their occupation in their own turbulent manner. Robert's spies reported them busily engaged in sacking the Hindu and Guzelbash quarters, in looting and wrecking the houses of chiefs and townfolks who had shown friendliness to the British, and in quarreling among themselves over the spoils. Requisitioning was in full force. The old Mullah Mushki Alam was the temporary successor of General Hills in the office of Governor of Kabul. In spite of his 90 years, he threw extraordinary energy into the work of arousing fanatism and rallying to Kabul the fighting men of the surrounding country. The jihad of which he had been the chief instigator had certainly attained unexampled dimensions, and although it was not in the nature of things that every Afghan who carried arms should be inspired with religious fanaticism to such a pitch as to be utterly reckless of his life, swarms of fierce Ghazis made formidable the levies which Muhammad Jan commanded. On the 17th and 18th the Afghans made ostentatious demonstrations against Sherpur, but those were never formidable, although they made themselves troublesome with some perseverance during the daytime, consistently refraining from night attacks, which was remarkable, since ordinarily they are much addicted to the chapao. There never was any investment of Sherpur, or indeed any approximation to investment. Cavalry reconnaissances constantly went out, and piquets and vedettes were habitually on external duty. Infantry detachments sallied forth whenever occasion demanded to dislodge the assailant from points occupied by them in inconvenient proximity to the defences. The Afghan offensive was not dangerous, but annoying and wearying. It was indeed pushed with some resolution on the 18th, when several thousand men poured out of the city and skirmished forward under cover of the gardens and enclosures on the plain between Kabul and Sherpur, in the direction of the southern front and the southwestern bastions. The Afghans are admirable skirmishers, and from their close cover kept up for hours a brisk fire on the soldiers lining the Sherpur defences, but with singularly little effect. The return rifle fire was for the most part restricted to volleys directed on those of the enemy who offered a sure mark by exposing themselves, and shell fire was chiefly used to drive the Afghan skirmishers from their cover in the gardens and enclosures. Some of those, notwithstanding, were able to get within 400 yards of the enceinte, but could make no further headway. On the morning of the 19th it was found that in the night the enemy had occupied the Mir Akor fort, a few hundred yards beyond the eastern face, and close to the residency compound of the old cantonments of 1839 to 1842. The fire from this fort was annoying, and General Baker went out on the errand of destroying it with 800 bayonets, 2 mountain guns, and a party of sappers. As the fort was being approached through the dense mist, a sudden volley from it struck down several men, and Lieutenant Montenero of the mountain battery was mortally wounded. The fort was heavily shelled from the southeastern bastion. Its garrison evacuated it, and it was blown up. Muhammad Jan and his coadjutors could hardly flatter themselves that as yet they had made any impression on the steadfast defence which the British force was maintaining in the Sherpur cantonment. The Afghan leader had tried force in vain. He knew the history of that strange period in the winter of 1841, during which Afghan truculence and audacity had withered the spirit of a British force not much less numerically strong than the little army now calmly withstanding him. Things had not gone very well with that little army of late. Possibly its constancy might have been impaired, and its chief might be willing as had been Elphinstone and the Elchi to listen to terms. Anyhow, there could be no harm in making a proffer based on the old lines. So the Afghan leader proposed to General Roberts, apparently in all seriousness, that the British army should forthwith evacuate Afghanistan, encountering no molestation in its march; that the British general before departing should engage that Yaqub Khan should return to Afghanistan as its Amir, and that there should be left behind 2 officers of distinction as hostages for the faithful fulfillment of the contract. We have a lack of men. They are like wolves, eager to rush on their prey. We cannot much longer control them." Such were said to have been the terms of a message intended to disturb the equanimity of the British commander. Mir Bachand and his Kohistanis, again, were not to all appearance anxious for the restoration of Yaqub. They professed themselves content to accept our staunch friend Wali Muhammad as Amir, if only the British army would be good enough to march home promptly and leave to Afghans the administration of Afghan affairs. It was not likely that a man of Robert's nature would demean himself to take any notice of such overtures. For the moment, circumstances had enforced on him the wisdom of accepting the defensive attitude, but he knew himself, nevertheless, the virtual master of the situation. He had but one serious anxiety, the apprehension lest the Afghans should not harden their hearts to deliver an assault on his position. That apprehension was not long to give him concern. On the 20th, as a menace against the southern face of Sherpur, the enemy took strong possession of the Muhammad Sharif fort, stormed so gallantly by Colonel Griffith on 6 November 1841, and they maintained themselves there during the 2 following days in face of the fire of siege guns mounted on the bastions of the enceinte. On the 21st and 22nd, large numbers of Afghans quitted the city, and passing eastward behind the Siasang Heights, took possession in great force of the forts and villages outside the eastern face of Sherpur. On the 22nd a spy brought in the intelligence that Muhammad Jan and his brother chiefs had resolved to assault the cantonment early on the following morning, and the spy was able to communicate the plan of attack. The 2,000 men holding the King's Garden and the Muhammad Sharif fort had been equipped with scalding ladders and were to make a false attack which might become a real one against the western section of the southern front. The principal assault, however, was to be made against the eastern face of the Bimaru village, unquestionably the weakest part of the defensive position. The 23rd was the last day of the Muharram, the great Mohammedan religious festival, when fanatism would be at its height, and further to stimulate that incentive to valor, the Mushki Alam would himself kindle the bacon fire on the Asmai height, which was to be the signal to the faithful to rush to the assault. The information proved perfectly accurate. All night long the shouts and chants of the Afghans filled the air. Purposeful silence reigned throughout the cantonment. In the darkness the soldiers mustered and quietly fell into their places. The officers commanding sections of the defense made their dispositions. The reserve were silently standing to their arms. Every eye was toward the Asmai heights, shrouded still in the gloom of the night. A long tongue of flame shot up into the air, blazed brilliantly for a few moments, and then waned. At the signal a fierce fire opened from the broken ground before one of the gateways of the southern face, the flashes indicating that the marksmen were playing their rifles within 200 yards of the enceinte. The bullets sped harmlessly over the defenders sheltered behind the parapet, and in the dusk of the dawn reprisals were not attempted. But this outburst of powder burning against the southern face was a mere incident. What men listened and watched for was the development of the true assault on the eastern end of the great parallelogram. The section commanders there were General Hugh Gough, in charge of the eastern end of the Bimaru Heights, and Colonel Jenkins from the village down to the native hospital and beyond to the bastion at the southeastern corner. The troops engaged were the guides from the ridge down to Bimaru village and beyond to the native hospital, in which were 100 men of the 28th Punjab Infantry, and between the hospital and the corner bastion, the 67th, reinforced by 2 companies of 92nd Highlanders from the reserve, which later sent to the defense of the eastern face additional contributions of men and guns. "From beyond Bimaru and the eastern trenches and walls," writes Mr. Handsman, "came a roar of voice so loud and menacing that it seemed as if an army 50,000 strong was charging down on our thin line of men. Led by their Ghazis, the main body of Afghans hidden in the villages and orchards on the east side of Sherpur had rushed out in one dense mob, and were filling the air with their shouts of Allah heal Allah. The roar surged forward as their line advanced, but it was answered by such a roll of musketry that it was drowned for the moment, and then merged into the general din, which told us that our men with Martinis and Snyders were holding their own against the attacking force. When the first attack thus graphically described was made, the morning was still so dark and misty that the outlook from the trenches was restricted, and the order to the troops was to hold their fire till the assailants should be distinctly visible. The detachment of the 28th opened fire somewhat prematurely, and presently the guides holding Bimaru and the trenches on the slopes followed the example, and sweeping with their fire the terrain in front of them, broke the force of the attack while its leaders were still several hundred yards away. Between the hospital and the corner bastion, the men of the 67th and 92nd awaited with impassive discipline the word of permission to begin firing. From out the mist at length emerged dense masses of men, some of whom were brandishing swords and knives, while others loaded and fired while hurrying forward. The order to fire was not given until leading Ghazis were within 80 yards, and the mass of assailants not more distant than 200 yards. Heavily struck then by volley on volley, they recoiled, but soon gathered courage to come on again. And for several hours there was sharp fighting, repeated efforts being made to carry the low eastern wall. So resolute were the Afghans that more than once they reached the abattis, but each time were driven back with heavy loss. About 10 o'clock there was a lull, and it seemed that the attacking force was earning their frustration of its attempts. But an hour later there was a partial recrudescence of the fighting, and the assailants once more came on. The attack, however, was not pushed with much vigor and was soon beaten down. But the Afghans still maintained a threatening attitude, and the fire from the defences was ineffectual to dislodge them. The general resolved to take their possessions in flank, and with this intent sent out into the open through the gorge in the Bimaru Heights 4 field guns escorted by a cavalry regiment. Bending to the right, the guns came into action on the right flank of the Afghans, and the counterstroke had immediate effect. The enemy wavered and soon were in full retreat. The Kohistani contingent, some 5,000 strong, cut loose and marched away northward with obvious recognition that the game was up. The fugitives were scourged with artillery and rifle fire, and Massey led out the cavalry, swept the plain, and drove the lingering Afghans from the slopes of Siasang. The false attack on the southern face from the King's Garden and the Mohammed Sharif fort never made any head. Those positions were steadily shelled until late in the afternoon, when they were finally evacuated, and by nightfall all the villages and enclosures between Sherpur and Kabul were entirely deserted. Some of those had been destroyed by sappers from the garrison during the afternoon, in the course of which operation 2 gallant engineer officers, Captain Dundas and Lieutenant Nugent, were unfortunately killed by the premature explosion of a mine. Mohammed Jan had been as good as his word. He had delivered his stroke against Sherpur, and that stroke had utterly failed. With its failure came promptly the collapse of the national rising. Before daybreak of the 24th, the formidable combination which had included all the fighting elements of northeastern Afghanistan, and under whose banners it was believed that more than 100,000 armed men had mustered, was no more. Not only had it broken up, it had disappeared. Neither in the city, nor in the adjacent villages, nor on the surrounding heights, was a man to be seen. So hurried had been the Afghan dispersal that the dead lay unburied where they had fallen. His 9 days on the defensive had cost General Roberts singularly little in casualties. His losses were 18 killed and 68 wounded. The enemy's loss from first to last of the rising was reckoned to be not under 3,000. On the 24th the cavalry rode far and fast in pursuit of the fugitives, but they overtook none. Such haste had the fleeing Afghans made. On the same day Kabul and the Balahisar were reoccupied, and General Hills resumed his function as military governor of the city. Kabul had the aspect of having undergone a sack at the hands of the enemy. The bazaars were broken up and deserted, and the Hindu and Guzilbash quarters had been relentlessly wrecked. Sir Frederick Roberts lost no time in dispatching a column to the Kohestani to punish Mir Bacha by destroying that chief's forts and villages, and to ascertain whether the tribesmen of the district had dispersed to their homes. This was found to be the case, and the column returned after having been out 5 days. After making a few examples, the general issued a proclamation of amnesty, excluding therefrom only 5 of the principal leaders and fomenters of the recent rising, and stipulating that the tribesmen should send representatives to Sherpur to receive explanations regarding the disposition contemplated for the government of the country. This policy of conciliation bore good fruit, and a darbar was held on January 9, 1880, at which were present about 200 sardars, chiefs, and headmen from the Kohistan, Logar, and the Ghilzai country. Rewards were presented to those chiefs who had remained friendly. The general received the salams of the assembled sardars, and then addressed them in a firm but conciliatory speech. The country remained still in a disturbed state, but there was little likelihood of a second general rising. General Roberts was resolved, however, to be thoroughly prepared to cope with that contingency should it occur. Sherpur was encircled by a military road, and all cover and obstructions for the space of 1,000 yards outside the enceinte were swept away. Another road was constructed from Bimaru village to the Siasang Heights, and yet another from the southeastern gateway direct to Balahisar, on both of which there were bridges across the Kabul River. Along the northern face of Kabul from De Afghan to the Balahisar, a road broad enough for guns was made, and another broad road cut through the lower Balahisar. Another military road was built through the Kabul Gorge to the main Ghazni and Bamiyan road in the Charde Valley. Strong forts were built on the Asmai and Sher Darwaza heights, and on the spur above the Balahisar, which, well garrisoned and supplied adequately with provisions, water, and ammunition, would enable Kabul as well as Sherpur to be held. The latter was greatly strengthened, the eastern point of the Bimaru heights being covered into something like a regular fortress. Later in March, when the Kabul force had increased to the strength of about 11,500 men and 26 guns, the command was formed into 2 divisions, of which the first remained under the Lieutenant General, the second being commanded by Major General John Ross. The line of communications was in charge of Major General Bright, and Brigadier General Hugh Gough was the cavalry commander in succession to Brigadier General Massey. On the 2nd of May, Sir Donald Stewart, arriving at Kabul from Kandahar, took over the chief command in northeastern Afghanistan from Sir Frederick Roberts. Sir Donald's march from Kandahar, which was an eventful one, is dealt with in the next chapter. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Afghan Wars, 1839 to 42 and 1878 to 80, Part 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Farouk Ramtula. The Afghan Wars, 1839 to 42, and 1878 to 80, Part 2, by Archibald Forbes, Chapter 6, Ahmad Kell. While Sir Frederick Roberts had been fighting hard in northeastern Afghanistan, Sir Donald Stewart had been experiencing comparative tranquility in his Kandahar command. As soon as the news reached him of the destruction of Cavagnari's mission, he had promptly concentrated his troops, and so early as the third week of September 1879, he was in a position to carry out his orders to create a diversion in aid of Roberts' advance on Kabul by making a demonstration in the direction of Ghuzni and placing a garrison in Kelath-e-Gilzai. No subsequent movements of importance were undertaken in southern Afghanistan during the winter, and the province enjoyed almost unbroken quietude. In Herat, however, disturbance was rife. Ayub Khan, the brother of Yaqub Khan, had returned from exile and made good his footing in Herat, of which formerly he had been conjoint governor with Yaqub. In December, he began a hostile advance on Kandahar, but a conflict broke out between the Kabul and Herat troops under his command, and he abandoned for the time his projected expedition. In the end of March, Sir Donald Stewart began the march toward Kabul, which orders from India had prescribed. He left behind him in Kandahar the Bombay division of his force under the command of Major General Primrose, whose line of communication with the Indus Valley was to be kept open by Fair's brigade, and took with him on the northward march the Bengal division, consisting of 2 infantry brigades and a cavalry brigade. The 1st Infantry Brigade was commanded by Brigadier General Barter, the 2nd by Brigadier General Hughes, and the Cavalry Brigade, which divisional headquarters accompanied, by Brigadier General Palliser. Kelath-e-Gilzai was reached on the 6th of April. The Bengal portion of its garrison joined the division, and the advance was resumed on the following day. Until Shajui, the limit of the Kandahar province, the march was uneventful. But beyond that place, extreme difficulties were experienced in procuring supplies, for the villages were found deserted, and the inhabitants had carried off, destroyed, or hidden their stores of grain. The force was embarrassed by hordes of Hazaras, who swarmed in wild irregularity on its flanks, plundering and burning with great vindictiveness, eager to wreak vengeance on their Afghan foes. And it had another, although more distant, companionship in the shape of several thousand hostile tribesmen and Ghazis, whose fanaticism their mullahs had been assiduously inciting, and who marched day by day parallel with the British right flank along the foothills at a distance of about 8 miles. Their attitude was threatening, but it was not thought wise to meddle with them, since their retreat over the hills could not well be cut off, and since the policy of non-interference would tend to encourage them to venture on a battle. The soundness of this reasoning was soon to be made manifest. On the night of April 18th, the division was encamped at Mushaki, about 30 miles south of Ghuzni. Spies that evening brought in the information that the enemy had resolved on fighting on the following morning, and the position they intended to take up was the summit of a low spur of the Gulko mountain ridge, bounding on the west the valley followed by the road. This spur was set to project in a northeasterly direction towards the Ghuzni River, gradually sinking into the plain. During a great part of its length, it flanked and overhung the road, but near where it merged into the plain, the road passed over it by a low saddle at a point about 6 miles beyond Mushaki. At dawn of the 19th, the column moved off, Palliser leading the advance, which Sir Donald Stewart accompanied, Hughes commanding the center, Barter bringing up the rear and protecting the baggage. An hour later, the enemy were visible in great strength about 3 miles in advance, presenting the aspect of a vast body formed up on the spur and on the saddle crossed by the road, and thus threatening Stuart at once in front and on both flanks. The British general at once made his dispositions. His guns were on the road in column of route. The 3 infantry regiments of Hugh's brigade came up to the left and in line with the leading battery. The cavalry took ground on the plain on its right, and a reserve was formed consisting of an infantry regiment, 2 companies sappers and miners, and the general's escort of a troop and 2 companies. Orders were sent back to Barter to send forward without delay half the infantry of his brigade. In the formation described, the force resumed its advance until within striking distance. Then the 2 batteries came into action on either side of the road, the horse battery on the right, the flat ground to its right being covered by the 2nd Punjab cavalry, the field battery on the left. Sir Donald Stuart's proper front thus consisted of the field and horse batteries with their supports, but since it was apparent that the greatest strength of the enemy was on the higher ground flanking his left, it behooved him to show a front in that direction also, and for this purpose he utilized Hugh's 3 infantry regiments, of which the 59th was on the right, the 2nd Sikhs in the center, and the 3rd Gurkhas on the left. Part of the reserve infantry was sent to make good the interval between the left of the artillery and the right of the infantry. The guns had no sooner come into action than the enemy in great masses showed themselves on spur and saddle and plain, bent seemingly on an attempt to envelope the position held by the British. Suddenly, writes Hensman, a commotion was observed in the most advanced lines of the opposing army. The mullahs could be seen haranguing the irregular host with frantic energy. The beating of the tom-toms was redoubled, and then, as if by magic, waves on waves of men, Ghazis of the most desperate type, poured down upon the plain and rushed upon General Stuart's force. The main body of the Afghan army remained upon the hill to watch the Ghazis in their reckless onslaught and take advantage of any success they might gain. The fanaticism of the 3,000 or 4,000 men who made this desperate charge has perhaps never been equaled. They had 500 or 600 yards to cover before they could come to close quarters, and yet they made nothing of the distance. Nearly all were well armed with talvars, knives, and pistols. Some carried rifles and matchlocks, while a few, and those must have been resolute fanatics indeed, had simply pikes made of bayonets or pieces of sharpened iron fastened on long shafts. Their attack broke with the greatest violence on our flanks. On our left flank, the 19th Bengal Lancers were still moving into position when the Ghazis rushed in among them. In an instant, they were hidden in the cloud of dust and smoke, and then they galloped toward the right rear and struck into the reserve in rear of the Lieutenant General and his staff. All was confusion for a moment. The ammunition mules were stampeded, and with riderless horses of the Lancers killed or wounded in the melee, dashed into the headquarters staff. The Ghazis had continued their onward rush, and were engaged in hand-to-hand fighting with our infantry. Some of them penetrated to within 20 yards of the knoll on which the staff were watching the action, and so critical was the moment that Sir Donald Stuart and every man of his staff drew their swords and prepared for self-defense. They heard retirement of the Lancers had left the left flank bare. It was turned by the fierce rush of the fanatics who were actually rear of the leftward infantry regiment and in the heart of the British position. The Gurkhas had been thrown into momentary confusion, but their colonel promptly formed them into rallying squares, whose fire mowed down the Ghazis and arrested the headlong vehemence of their turning movement. But it was not the British left only which was temporarily compromised by the furious onslaught of the fanatics. Their enveloping charge broke down the defense of the weakly manned interval between the left of the artillery and the right of the infantry. The detachments holding that interval were forced back, fighting hand to hand as the sheer weight of the assault compelled them to give ground. The 59th, in its effort to throw back its right to cover the interval and protect the guns, was thrown into confusion and gave ground. And the guns, their case shot exhausted, and the Afghans within a few yards of their muzzles, had to be retired. The onslaught on the right front of the horse battery was delivered with great determination, but was held at bay and finally crushed by the repeated charges of the 2nd Punjab Cavalry. Every man of the reserves was hurried into the fighting line. The soldiers were steadied by the energetic efforts of their officers and settled down to a steady and continuous fire from their breech holders. The guns poured their shells into the hostile masses, and the fire of the 40-pounders on the left effectually arrested the attempt of the Afghan horse to move around that flank. The hard-fought combat lasted for an hour. At 10 o'clock, the ceasefire sounded, and the British victory was signal. The enemy was dispersing in full flight, and the cavalry was chasing the fugitives across the plain on the right. How reckless had been the whirlwind charges of the Ghazis was evidenced by the extraordinary number of their dead, whose corpses strewed the battlefield. In no previous conflict between our troops and the Afghans had the latter suffered nearly so heavily. More than 1,000 dead were counted on the field, and many bodies were carried away. On a moderate computation of their total loss must have been between 2,000 and 3,000, and that in an estimated strength from 12,000 to 15,000. The casualties of the British force were 17 killed and 124 wounded, of whom 4 died of their wounds. The injuries consisted almost wholly of sword slashes and knife stabs received in hand-to-hand encounters. The pursuit was soon recalled, but the Hazaras took up the chase with ardor, and in rancor of the vengeance, slew and spared not. Sir Donald Stewart tarried on the field only long enough to bury his dead, and have his wounded attended to, and soon after noon his force resumed its march. Ghuzni was reached on the 21st, where there was a halt of 3 days. It had been reported that the indomitable Mushki Alam was raising the tribesmen of Zermut and Shilgar to avenge the defeat of Ahmed Kel, and a cavalry reconnaissance made on the 22nd day had found a gathering of 2,000 or 3,000 men about the villages of Urzu and Shalez, 6 miles south-east of Ghuzni. On the morning of the 23rd day, a strong column commanded by Brigadier General Palliser moved on the villages, which were found occupied in considerable force. They were too solidly built to be much injured by artillery fire, and the Afghans lay close in the shelter they afforded. Palliser hesitated to commit his infantry to an attack. Sir Donald Stewart, having arrived, ordered the infantry to carry the villages without delay, and the affair was soon over, the tribesmen suffering severely from rifle fire as they evacuated the villages, and later in pursuit made by the cavalry and horse artillery. On the following day, the march towards Kabul was resumed. On the 16th April, Major General Ross had been dispatched from Kabul by Sir Frederick Roberts on the mission of joining hands with Stewart's division. On the 20th, Ross opened heliographic communication with Sir Donald and was informed of the latter's victory at Ahmed Kel. But the junction of the two forces was not accomplished until the 27th, and in the interval, the force commanded by General Ross had received considerable annoyance at the hands of tribal levies gathered by local chiefs. The tribesmen interfered with the road-making operations of his sappers in the vicinity of Sheikhabad, and some fighting occurred in very rugged country on the 23rd day. Trivial loss was experienced by his command, but the demonstrations of the tribesmen evinced with what inveterate determination, notwithstanding so many severe lessons, the Afghans persisted in their refusal to admit themselves conquered. Driven away with severe loss on the 25th, those indomitable hillmen and villagers were back again on the following morning on the overhanging ridges, nor were they dispersed by the resources of civilized warfare until more of them had paid with their lives the penalty of their obstinate hostility. On the 28th, at Sheikhabad, Sir Donald Stewart took leave of the division which he had led from Kandahar and proceeded to Kabul with General Ross's force to assume the chief command in northeastern Afghanistan. His division turned aside into the Logar Valley, where it remained at until the final concentration about Kabul in anticipation of the evacuation. By the reinforcement brought by Stewart, the Kabul field force was increased to a strength of about 18,000 men. End of Section 7. Recording by Farouk Remtula.
Section 8 of the Afghan Wars, 1839 to 42 and 1878 to 80, Part 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Scott Caulkins. The Afghan Wars, 1839 to 42 and 1878 to 80, Part 2 by Archibald Forbes. Chapter 7, The Amir Abdurrahman. The occupation of Afghanistan by the British troops had been prolonged far beyond the period originally intended by the authorities. But the strain of that occupation was great, and although it had to be maintained until there should be found a ruler strong enough to hold his own after the evacuation, the decision was definitely arrived at to withdraw from the country before the setting in of another winter. Mr. Lapel Griffin, a distinguished member of the political department of the Indian Civil Service, reached Kabul on 20th March, his mission being to further the selection and acceptance of a capable ruler to be left in possession. The task was no easy one. There was little promise in any of the Barakzai pretenders who were in Afghanistan, and in the address which Mr. Griffin addressed in Durbar to a number of Sirdars and chiefs of the middle of April, he preserved a tone at once haughty and enigmatical. One thing he definitely announced: the Viceroy's decision that Yaqub Khan was not to return to Afghanistan. The state was to be dismembered. As to the future of Herat, the speaker made no allusion, but the province of Kandahar was to be separated from Kabul and placed under an independent Barakzai prince. No decision could for the present be given in regard to the choice of an Amir to rule over Kabul. The government desired to nominate an Amir strong enough to govern his people and steadfast in friendship to the British. If those qualifications could be secured, the government was willing and anxious to recognize the wish of the Afghan people and nominate an Amir of their choice. But in effect, the choice, so far as the English were concerned, had been already virtually made. On the 14th of March, Lord Lytton had telegraphed to the Secretary of State advocating the early public recognition of Abdurrahman as legitimate heir of Dost Mohammed, and the dispatch of a deputation of Sirdars with British concurrence to offer him the throne as sole means of saving the country from anarchy, and the minister had promptly replied authorizing the nomination of Abdurrahman should he be found acceptable to the country and would be contented with northern Afghanistan. Abdurrahman had known strange vicissitudes. He was the eldest grandson of the old Dost. His father was Afzul Khan, the elder brother of Sher Ali. After the death of the Dost, he had been an exile in Bokhara, but he returned to Balkh, of which province his father had been governor until removed by Sher Ali, made good his footing there, and having done so advanced on Kabul, taking advantage of Sher Ali's absence at Kandahar. The capital opened its gates to him in March 1866. He fought a successful battle with Sher Ali at Sheikhabad, occupied Ghuzni, and proclaimed his father Amir. Those were triumphs, but soon the wheel came round full circle. Afzul had but a short life as Amir, and Abdurrahman had to retire to Afghan Turkestan. Yaqub, then full of vigor and enterprise, defeated him at Bamiyan and restored his father Sher Ali to the throne in the winter of 1868. Abdurrahman then once more found himself in exile. In 1870, after much wandering, he reached Tashkent, where General Kaufman gave him permission to reside, and obtained for him from the Tsar a pension of 25,000 rubles per annum. Petrovsky, a Russian writer who professed to be intimate with him during his period of exile, wrote of him that, to get square some day with the English and Sher Ali was Abdurrahman's most cherished thought, his dominant, never-failing passion. His hatred over Sher Ali, his family, and supporters was intelligible and natural enough, but why he should have entertained a bitter grudge against the English is not very apparent, and there has been no overt manifestation of its existence since he became Amir. To Mr. Eugene Schuyler, who had an interview with him at Tashkent, he expressed his conviction that with £50,000 wherewith to raise and equip an army, he could attain his legitimate position as Amir of Afghanistan. Resolutely bent on an effort to accomplish this purpose, he was living penuriously and saving the greater part of his pension, and he hinted that he might have Russian assistance in the prosecution of his endeavor. The selection of a man of such antecedents and associations as the ruler of a buffer state in friendly relations with British India was perhaps the greatest leap in the dark on record. Abdurrahman came straight from the position of a Russian pensionary. In moving on Afghanistan, he obeyed Russian instructions. His Tashkent patrons had furnished him with a modest equipment of arms and money, the value of which he undertook to repay if successful. It is, of course, possible that those functionaries of a notoriously simple and ingenuous government started and equipped him in pure friendly good nature, although they had previously consistently deterred him. But there was not a circumstance in connection with Abdurrahman that was not suspicious. Three distinct hypotheses seem to present themselves in relation to this selection as our nominee. That Lord Lytton had extraordinary, almost indeed preternatural foresight and sagacity, that he was extremely fortunate in his leap in the dark, that he desired to bring to the naked reductio ad absurdum the buffer state policy. When Abdurrahman began his movement is uncertain. So early as the middle of January, it was reported at Sharpur that he had left Tashkent and was probably already on the Afghan side of the Oxus. In a letter of February 17, Mr. Hensman speaks of him as being in Badakhshan, where his wife's kinsmen were in power, and describes him as having a following of 2,000 or 3,000 Turkoman horsemen and possessed, according to native report, of 12 lakhs of rupees. On the 17th of March, Lord Lytton telegraphed to the Secretary of State that he was in possession of authentic intelligence that the Sirdar was in Afghan Turkestan, having lately arrived there from Badakhshan. It was regarded of urgent importance to ascertain definitely the disposition of Abdurrahman, and whether he was disposed to throw in his lot with the British government and accept the position of nominee in northern Afghanistan. The agent selected by Mr. Griffin to open preliminary negotiations was a certain Mohammed Surwar Gilzai, who had been all his life in the confidential service of the Sirdar's family. Surwar was the bearer of a formal and colorless letter by way simply of authentication, but he also carried full and explicit verbal instructions. He was directed to inform the Sirdar that since he had entered Afghanistan and occupied places there by force of arms, it was essential for him to declare with what object he had come, and whether actuated by friendly or hostile feelings toward the British government, which for its part had no ill feeling toward him because of his long residence within the Russian Empire and his notoriously close relations with that power, that the British government was able to benefit him very largely in comparison with that of Russia, and that wisdom and self-interest alike suggested that he should at once open a friendly correspondence with the British officers in Kabul, that his opportunity was now come, and that the British government was disposed to treat him with every consideration, and to consider most favorably any representations he might make. It had no intention of annexing the country, and only desired to see a strong and friendly chief established at Kabul, and that, consequently, the present communication was made solely in Abdurrahman's own interest, and not in that of the British government. He was desired to send a reply by Sirwar, and later to repair to Kabul, where he should be honorably received. Sirwar returned to Kabul on 21st April, bringing a reply from Abdurrahman to Mr. Griffin's letter. The tone of the reply was friendly enough, but somewhat indefinite. In conversation with Sirwar, as reported by the latter, Abdurrahman was perfectly frank as to his relations with the Russians and his sentiment in regard to them. It had been reported that he had made his escape clandestinely from Tashkent. Had he cared to stand well with us at the expense of truth, it would have been his cue to disclaim all authority or assistance from the Russian government, to confirm the current story of his escape, and to profess his anxiety to cultivate friendly relations with the British in a spirit of opposition to the power in whose territory he had lived so long virtually as a prisoner. But neither in writing nor in conversation did he make any concealment of his friendliness toward the Russians, a feeling which he clearly regarded as nowise incompatible with friendly relations with the British government. If, said he to Sirwar, the English will in sincerity befriend me, I have no wish to hide anything from them. And he went on to tell how the Russians had forbidden him for years to make any effort to interfere in Afghan affairs. This prohibition stood until information reached Tashkent of the deportation of Yaqub Khan to India. Then it was that General Kaufmann's representative said to him, "You have always been anxious to return to your country. The English have removed Yaqub Khan. The opportunity is favorable. If you wish, you are at liberty to go." The Russians, continued Abdurrahman, pressed him most strongly to set out on the enterprise which lay before him. They lent him 33,000 rupees and arms, ammunition, and supplies. He was bound to the Russians by no path or promise, but simply by feelings of gratitude. "I should never like," said he, "to be obliged to fight them. I have eaten their salt, and was for 12 years dependent on their hospitality." Sirwar reported Abdurrahman as in fine health and possessed of great energy. He had with him a force of about 3,000 men, consisting of 4 infantry and 2 cavalry regiments, with 12 guns and some irregulars. He professed his readiness, in preference to conducting negotiations through agents, to go himself to Charikar in the Kohistan with an escort, and there discuss matters with the English officers in person. Sirwar testified that the Sirdar had with him in Turkestan no Russian or Russian agent, and this was confirmed through other sources. He had sent forward to ascertain which was the easiest pass across the Hindu Kush, but meanwhile he was to remain in Kunduz until he should hear again from Mr. Griffin. While the wary Sirdar waited on events beyond the Hindu Kush, he was sending letters to the leading chiefs of the Kohistan and the Kabul province, desiring them to be ready to support his cause. That he had an influential party was made clear at the Durbar held by Mr. Griffin on April 21st, when a considerable gathering of important chiefs united in the request that Abdurrahman's claim to the amirship should be favorably regarded by the British authorities. In pursuance of the negotiations, a mission consisting of 3 Afghan gentlemen, 2 of whom belonged to Mr. Griffin's political staff, left Kabul on May 2nd, carrying to Abdurrahman a letter from Mr. Griffin intimating that it had been decided to withdraw the British army from Afghanistan in the course of a few months, and that the British authorities desired to leave the rulership in capable and friendly hands, that they were therefore willing to transfer the government to him, recognize him as the head of the state, and afford him the facilities and even support in reorganizing the government and establishing himself in the sovereignty. The mission found the attitude of Abdurrahman scarcely so satisfactory as had been reported by Sirwar, and its members were virtual prisoners, their tents surrounded by sentries. Abdurrahman's explanation of this rigor of isolation was that he could not otherwise ensure the safety of the envoys. But another construction conveyed to them was that they were kept prisoners that they might not, by mixing with the people, learn of the presence on the right bank of the Oxus of a Russian officer with whom Abdurrahman was said to be in constant communication and on whose advice he acted. Their belief was that Abdurrahman was entirely under Russian influence. that Mr. Griffin's letter, after it had been read in Durbar in the camp, was immediately dispatched across the Oxus by means of mounted relays, and that Russian instructions as to a reply had not been received when they left Turkestan to return to Kabul. They expressed their belief that the Sirdar would not accept from British hands Kabul shorn of Kandahar. They had urged him to repeat in the letter they were to carry back to Kabul the expression of his willingness to meet the British representative at Charikar, which had been contained in his letter sent by Sirwar, but he demurred to committing himself even to this slight extent. The letter which he sent by way of reply to the weighty communication Mr. Griffin had addressed to him on the part of the Government of India, that official characterized as frivolous and empty, and only saved by its special courtesy of tone from being an impertinence. An Afghan who had sat at Kaufmann's feet, Abdurrahman was not wholly a guileless man, and the truth probably was that he mistrusted the Greeks of Simla and the gifts they tendered him with so lavish protestation that they were entirely for his own interest. There was very little finesse about the importunity of the British that he should constitute himself their bridge of extrication, so that they might get out of Afghanistan without the dangers and discredit of leaving chaos behind them. But Abdurrahman had come to know himself strong enough to reduce to order that legacy of chaos, if it should be left, and in view of his future relations with his fellow Afghans, he was not solicitous to be beholden to the foreigners to any embarrassing extent. He knew, too, the wisdom of masterly inactivity in delicate conditions, and again he had no confidence in our pledges. On the 4th of August, the day after the meeting between him and Mr. Griffin at Zimma, the latter wrote, "They, Abdurrahman and his advisers, feared greatly our intention was to rid ourselves of a formidable opponent, and dreaded that if he had come straight into Kabul he would have been arrested and deported to India." A Liberal government was now in office in England, and was urgent for the speedy evacuation of Afghanistan. Lord Lytton had resigned and had been succeeded as Viceroy by the Marquis of Ripon. Lieutenant General Sir Donald Stewart was in chief command at Kabul. A great number of letters from Abdurrahman to chiefs and influential persons throughout Afghanistan were being intercepted, the tone of which was considered objectionable. He was reported to be in close correspondence with Muhammad Jan, who had never ceased to be our bitter enemy. The fact that negotiations were in progress between the British government and Abdurrahman had become matter of general knowledge throughout the country, and was occasioning disquietude and excitement. So clear were held the evidences of what was termed Abdurrahman's bad faith, but was probably a combination of genuine mistrust, astute passivity, and shrewd playing of his own hand, that it became a serious question with the Indian government on the arrival of the new viceroy, whether it was good policy to have anything more to do with him. It was resolved that before breaking off intercourse the suggestion of Sir Donald Stewart and Mr. Griffin should be adopted, that a peremptory, although still friendly letter, demanding a definite acceptance or refusal of the proffers made within 4 days after the receipt, should be sent to Abdurrahman, with a detailed explanation of the arrangements into which we were prepared to enter with regard to him and the future of Afghanistan. A letter was forwarded from Kabul on 14th June in which Mr. Griffin informed the Sirdar that since the British government admitted no right of interference by foreign powers in Afghanistan, it was plain that the Kabul ruler could have no political relations with any foreign power except the English, and if any foreign power should attempt to interfere in Afghanistan, and if such interference should lead to unprovoked aggression on the Kabul ruler, then the British government would be prepared to aid him, if necessary, to repel it. As regarded limits of the territory, the latter stated that the whole province of Kandahar had been placed under a separate ruler, except Sibi and Pishin, which were retained in British possession. Consequently, the British government was unable to enter into any negotiations on those points, or in respect to arrangements in regard to the northwestern frontier, which were settled by the Treaty of Gundamuk. Subject to those reservations, the British government was willing that Abdurrahman should establish over Afghanistan, including Herat when he should have conquered it, as complete and extensive authority as was swayed by any previous emir. The British government would exercise no interference in the internal government of those territories, nor would it demand the acceptance of an English resident anywhere within Afghanistan, although for convenience of ordinary friendly intercourse, it might be agreed upon that a Mohammedan agent of the British government should be stationed at Kabul. Abdurrahman's reply to this communication was vague and evasive, and was regarded by Sir Donald Stewart and Mr. Griffin as so unsatisfactory that they represented to the government of India, not for the first time, their conviction of the danger of trusting Abdurrahman, the imprudence of delaying immediate action, and the necessity of breaking off with him and adopting other means of establishing a government in Kabul before the impending evacuation. Lord Ripon, however, considered that, as matters stood, an arrangement with Abdurrahman offered the most advisable solution, while he doubted whether it would not be found very difficult to enter into any alternative arrangement. His Excellency's decision was justified by the event. Meanwhile, indeed, Abdurrahman had started on June 28th for the Kohistan. He crossed the Hindu Kush and arrived on July 20th at Sherikar, where he was welcomed by a deputation of leading chiefs, while the old Mushki-Alum, who for some time, thanks to Mr. Griffin's influence, had been working in the interests of peace, intimated on behalf of a number of chiefs assembled in Maidan that they were ready to accept as Amir the nominee of the British government. So propitious seemed the situation that it was considered the time had come for formally acknowledging Abdurrahman as the new Amir, and also for fixing approximately the date of the evacuation of Kabul by the British troops. The ceremony of recognition was enacted in a great Durbar tent within the Sherpur cantonment on the afternoon of July 22nd. The absence of Abdurrahman and the notorious cause of that absence detracted from the intrinsic dignity of the occasion so far as concerned the British participation in it. Nor was the balance restored by the presence of 3 members of his suite, whom he had delegated to represent him. A large number of Sirdars, chiefs, and Maliks were present, some of whom had fought stoutly against us in December. Sir Donald Stewart, who presided, explained to the assembled Afghans that their presence and that of the officers of the British force had been called for in order that the public recognition by the British government of the Sirdar Abdurrahman Khan as Amir of Kabul should be made known with as much honor as possible. Then Mr. Griffin addressed in Persian a short speech to the Sirdars, chiefs, and gentlemen who constituted his audience. Having announced the recognition of Abdurrahman by the Viceroy of India and the government of Her Most Gracious Majesty the Queen Empress, he proceeded. It is to the government a source of satisfaction that the tribes and chiefs have preferred as Amir a distinguished member of the Barakzai family, who is a renowned soldier, wise, and experienced. His sentiments toward the British government are most friendly, and so long as his rule shows that he is animated by these sentiments, he cannot fail to receive the support of the British government. Mr. Griffin then intimated that the British armies would shortly withdraw from Afghanistan, and in his formal farewell there was a certain appropriate dignity and a well-earned tribute to the conduct of our soldiers during their service within the Afghan borders. "We trust and firmly believe," said Mr. Griffin, "that your remembrance of the English will not be unkindly. We have fought you in the field whenever you have opposed us, but your religion has in no way been interfered with, the honor of your women has been respected, and everyone has been secure in possession of his property. Whatever has been necessary for the support of the army has been liberally paid for. Since I came to Kabul, I have been in daily intercourse with you, but I have never heard an Afghan make a complaint of the conduct of any soldier, English or native, belonging to Her Majesty's army." The Durbar was closed by an earnest appeal by Sir Donald Stewart to all the Sirdars and chiefs that they should put aside their private feuds and unite to support the new Amir. On August 3rd, Abdurrahman and Mr. Griffin at length met, about 16 miles north of Kabul. His adherents were still full of excitement and suspicion, but the Amir himself was calm, cheerful, and dignified. The conference between him and Mr. Griffin lasted for 3 hours and was renewed on the following day. He appeared, wrote Mr. Griffin, animated by a sincere desire to be on cordial terms with the British government, and although his expectations were larger than the government was prepared to satisfy, yet he did not press them with any discourteous insistence, and the result of the interview may be considered on the whole to be highly satisfactory. The tidings of the Maiwand disaster had reached Sherpur by telegraph, and the Amir was informed that a necessity might occur for marching a force from Kabul to Kandahar. His reply was that the tribes might be hostile, but that if no long halts were made by the way, he would have no objections to such a march. In this he showed his astuteness, since the defeat of Ayub Khan by a British army would obviously save him a contest. So willing to be of service on this matter was he, that when the march was decided on, he sent influential persons of his party in advance to arrange within the local maliks to have supplies collected for the column. The arrangements made with him were that he was to fall heir to the 30 guns of Sher Ali's manufacture, which the outmarching army was to leave in Sherpur, and was to receive 19½ lakhs of rupees, 190,500 pounds, 10 lakhs of which were given as an earnest of British friendship, and the balance was money belonging to the Afghan state, which had gone into the commissariat chest and was now restored. At the Amir's earnest and repeated request, the forts which had been built around Kabul by the British army were not destroyed as had been intended, but were handed over intact to the new Amir. It seemed that Sir Donald Stewart, who was to evacuate Sherpur on the 11th August, would leave Kabul without seeing Abdurrahman, but at the last moment Mr. Griffin succeeded in arranging an interview. It was held early in the morning of the evacuation, in a tent just outside the Sherpur cantonment, and was quite public and lasted only for a quarter of an hour. Abdurrahman was frank and cordial. He said that his heart was full of gratitude to the British, and desired that his best thanks should be communicated to the Viceroy. At the close of the interview he shook hands with all who cared to wish him good-bye and good luck, and sent his principal officer to accompany the general on his first day's march, which began immediately after the parting with Abdurrahman. Sir Donald Stewart's march down the passes was accomplished without incident, quite unmolested by the tribes. Small garrisons were temporarily left in the Khyber posts, and the war-worn regiments were dispersed through the stations of northwest India. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of the Afghan Wars, 1939-42 and 1978-80, Part 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Renee, April 23, 2020.
The Afghan Wars, 1839-42 and 1878-80, Part 2 by Archibald Forbes. Chapter 8, Maiwand and the Great March.
When in the early spring of 1880, Sir Donald Stewart quitted Kandahar with the Bengal Division of his 4th. He left there with the Bombay Division, to the command of which General Primrose ascended, General Freyhere assuming charge of the communications. The province during the early summer was fairly quiet, but it was known that Ayub Khan was making hostile preparations at Herat, although the reports as to his intentions and movements were long uncertain and conflicting. Sher Ali Khan, who had been governor of Kandahar during Stewart's residence there, had been nominated hereditary ruler of the province with the title of Wali, when it determined to separate Kandahar from northeastern Afghanistan. On June 21st of the Wali, who had some days earlier crossed the Helmand and occupied Grish with his troops, reported that Ayub was actually on the march toward the Kandahar frontier, and asked for the support of a British brigade to enable him to cope with the hostile advance. There was reason to believe that the Wali's troops were disaffected, and that he was in no condition to meet Ayub's army with any likelihood of success. After Stewart's departure, the strength of the British forces at the Kandahar was dangerously low, only 4,700 of all ranks. But it was important to thwart Ayub's offensive movement, and a brigade consisting of a troop of horse artillery, 6 companies of the 66th, 2 Bombay native infantry regiments, and 500 native troopers, in all about 2,300 strong, under the command of Brigadier General Burrows, reaching the left bank of the Helmand on July 11th. On the 13th of the Wally's infantry, 2,000 strong, mutinied en masse and marched away up the right bank of the river, taking with them a battery of smooth-bore guns, a present to Sher Ali Khan from the British government. His cavalry did not behave quite so badly, but not into great detail. His army no longer existed, and Burroughs' brigade was the only force in the field to resist the advance of Ayub Khan, whose regular troops were reported to number 4,000 cavalry and from 4,000 to 5,000 infantry, exclusive of the 2,000 deserters from Wally, with 30 guns and an irregular force of uncertain strength. Burroughs promptly recaptured from the Wally's infantry the battery they were carrying off, and punished them severely. The mutineers had removed or destroyed the supplies which the Wally had accumulated for the source of the brigade, and General Burroughs therefore could no longer remain in the vicinity of Grish. The Helmand, owing to the dry season, was passable everywhere, so that nothing was to be gained by watching the fords. It was determined to fall back to the Kush-ik-Nakhad, a point distant 30 miles from Grish and 45 from Kandahar, where several roads from the Helmand converged and where supplies were plentiful. At and near Kush-ik-Nakhad, the brigade remained from the 16th until the morning of the 27th July. While waiting and watching, their dispatch from Army Headquarters at Simla was communicated to General Burroughs from Kandahar, authorizing him to attack Ayub if he thought himself strong enough to beat him, and informing him that it was considered of the greatest political importance that the force from Herat should be dispersed and prevented from moving on towards Gunsi. Spies brought in news that Ayub had reached Gurs and was distributing his force along the right bank between the place and Hybrada. Cavalry patrols failed to find the enemy until the 21st, when a detachment was encountered in the village of Sangbar on the northern road about halfway between Helmand and Kush-il-Nakhad. Next day, that village was found more strongly occupied, and on the 23rd, a resonance in force came upon a body of Ayub's horsemen in the plain below the Germano hills, about midway between Sangbar and Maiwand. These discoveries were tolerably clear indications of Ayub's intention to turn Burroughs' position by moving along the northern road to Maiwand, and thence pressing on through the Maiwand Pass, until at Singri Ayub's army should have interposed itself between the bridge and Kandahar. There was certainly nothing impossible in such an endeavor, since Maiwand is neither Kandahar than is Kush-ik-Nakhad. Why, in the face of the information at its disposal, and the precautions enjoined on him to hinder Ayub from slipping by him toward Gunsi through Maiwand and up the Caircrest Valley, General Burroughs should have remained so long at Kush-ik-Nakhad is not intelligible. He was stirred at length on the afternoon of the 26th by his army, his reported intention being to push through on the Maiwand Pass and reach the Urgalab Valley in rear of the British brigade. Later in the day, Colonel St. John, the political officer, reported to General Burroughs the intelligence which had reached through him the whole of Ayub's army was at Singbar, but credence was not given to that information. The somewhat tardy resolution was taken to march to Maiwand on the morning of the 27th. There was the expectation that the brigade would arrive at the place before the enemy should have occupied it in force, and this point made good there might be the opportunity to drive out Germano, the body of Jacob's cavalry reported in possession there. There was a further reason why Maiwand would be promptly occupied. The brigade had been obtaining its supplies from that village, and there was still a quantity of grain in its vicinity to lose, which would be unfortunate. The brigade, now 2,600 strong, struck camp on the morning of the 27th. The march to Maiwand was 12 miles long, and an earlier start than 6:30 would have been judicious. The soldiers marched fast, but halts from time to time were necessary to allow the baggage to come up. The hostile state of the country did not admit of anything being left behind, and the column was encumbered by a great quantity of stores and baggage. At Karazaza, 8 miles from Kush-ik-Nakhad, and 4 miles southwest of Maiwand. Information was brought in that the whole of Jacob's army was close by on the left front of the brigade and marching toward Maiwand. The spies had previously moved themselves to untrustworthy that small heed was taken of the report, but a little later a cavalry renaissance found large bodies of cavalry moving in the direction indicated and inclining away toward Germano as the brigade arrived. A thick haze made it impossible to discern what force, if any, was being covered by the cavalry. About 10 a.m., the advance guard occupied the village of Mundaband and 3 miles southwest of Maiwand. West of Mundaband, close to the village, was a broad and a deep ravine running north and south. Beyond this ravine was a wide expanse of level and partially cultivated ground across Maiwand, across which, almost entirely concealed by the haze, Ayub's army was marching eastward toward Mayande village, which concerns the western entrance to the pass of the same name. If General Burrow's eye could have penetrated that haze, probably he would have considered it prudent to take up a defensive position, for which Mundabad presented many advantages. But he was firm in his conviction that the enemy's guns were not up, notwithstanding the reports of spies to the contrary. He believed that a favorable opportunity presented itself for taking the initiative, and he resolved to attack with all possible speed. Lieutenant McLean of the Horse Artillery, a gallant young officer who was soon to meet a melancholy fate, precipitated events in a somewhat reckless fashion. With the 2 guns he commanded he crossed the ravine, galloped toward the plain, and opened fire on a body of Afghan cavalry which had just come within view. General Netfall, commanding the cavalry and horse artillery, failing to recall McLean, sent forward in support of him the 4 remaining guns of the battery. Those approached to within 800 yards of the 2 advanced pieces, and McLean was directed to fall back upon the battery pending the arrival of the brigade, which General Burrows was now sending forward. It crossed a ravine near Mundabad, advanced on the plain with a mile in a northwesterly direction, and then formed up. There were several changes in the dispositions. When the engagement became warm, about noon the formation was as follows. The 66th Foot was on the right, its right flank thrown back to check an attempt made it to turn by a rush of Ghazis springing out of the ravine in the British front. On the left of the 66th were 4 companies of Jacob's Rifles, 30th Native Infantry, and a company of sappers. The center was occupied by the horse artillery and smooth-bore guns, of which latter, however, 2 had been moved to the right flank. On the left of the guns were its grenadiers, somewhat refused, and on the left extreme, 2 companies of Jacob's Rifles. The cavalry was in the rear, engaged in efforts to prevent the Afghans from taking the British infantry in reverse. The position was radically faulty, and indeed invited disaster. Both flanks were en l'air, in face of an enemy of greatly superior strength. Almost from the first, every rifle in the fighting line, and the sole reserve consisted of the 2 cavalry regiments. The baggage had followed the brigade across the ravine and was halted about 1,000 yards in rear of the right, inadequately guarded by cavalry detachments. For half an hour no reply was made to the British shell fire, and an offensive movement at this time might have resulted in success. But presently battery after battery was brought into action by the Afghans, until half an hour after noon the fire of 30 guns were concentrated on the brigade. Under cover of this artillery fire, the Ghazis from the ravine charged forward to within 500 yards of the 66th, but the rifle fire of the British regiment drove them back to the with heavy loss, and they recoiled as far as the ravine, whence they maintained a desultory fire. The enemy's artillery fire was well sustained and effective. The infantry found some protection from it in lying down, but the artillery and cavalry remained exposed and suffered severely. An artillery duel was maintained for 2 hours, greatly to the disadvantage of the brigade, which had but 12 guns in action against 30 well-served Afghan pieces. The prostrate infantry had escaped serious punishment, but by 2 p.m. the cavalry had lost 14% of the men on the front line, and 149 horses. The Afghan horsemen had turned both flanks, and the brigade was all but surrounded, while a separate attack was being made on the baggage. heat and want of water were telling heavily on sepoys, who were further demoralized by the Afghan artillery fire. A little later, the smoothbore of guns had to be withdrawn for want of ammunition. This was the signal for a general advance of the Afghans. Their guns were pushed forward with great boldness. Their cavalry streamed round in the British left. In the right rear were masses of mounted and dismounted irregulars who had seized the villages on the British line of retreat. Swarms of Ghazis soon showed themselves threatening the center and left. Those in front of the 66 were still held in check by the steady volleys fired by that regiment. At sight of the Ghazis, cowed by the heavy artillery fire and the loss of their officers, the two companies of Jacob's rifles on the left suddenly fell into confusion and broke into the ranks of the grenadiers. That regiment had behaved well, but it caught the infection of demoralism. The whole left collapsed, and the sepoys in utter panic, surrounded by and intermingled with the Ghazis, rolled in a great wave upon the right. The artillerymen and sappers made a gallant stand, fighting the Ghazis hand in hand with handspikes and rammers, while the guns poured canister after canister into the enemy's hands. Slade reluctantly limbered up and took his 4 guns out by the action. McLean remained in action until the Ghazis were at the muzzles of his 2 guns, which fell into the enemy's hands. The torrent of mingled sepoys and Ghazis broke in about the 66 and overwhelmed that regiment. The slaughter of the sepoys was appalling. So utterly cowed were they that they scarcely attempted to defend themselves, and allowed themselves without resistance to be dragged out of the ranks and killed. A cavalry charge was ordered in the direction of the captured guns, but it failed and the troops retired in disorder. The infantry, assailed by hordes of fierce and triumphant Ghazis, staggered away to the right, and the 66 alone maintaining any show of formation until the ravine was closed, when the broken remnants of the sepoy regiments took to flight toward the east, and the general efforts to rally them were wholly unavailing. The 66th, with some of the sappers and grenadiers, made a gallant stand round its colors in an enclosure near the village of Kig. There, Colonel Gabrath and several of his officers were killed, and his little body of brave men, being outflanked, continued its retreat, making stand after stand until most were slain. The Afghans pursued for about 4 miles, but were checked by a detachment of rallied cavalry, and assisted. The fugitives, formed with wounded and baggage, and a straggling column upwards of 6 miles long, crossed a waterless desert 16 miles wide to Hanzai-Midat, which had reached around midnight and where water was found. From Azukan, where cultivation began, to Kukoran near Kandahar, the retreat was harassed by armed villagers, and the troops had to fight more or less all of the way. Officers and men were killed, Lieutenant McLean was taken prisoner, and 5 of the smooth-bore guns had to be abandoned because of the exhaustion of the teams. About midday of the 28th, the broken remnants of the brigade reached Kandahar. When the casualties were ascertained, it became evident how disastrous the British arms had been to the Comet of Maiwand. Out of a total of 2,476 engaged, no fewer than 964 were killed. The wounded number 167, 331 followers and 201 horses were killed,
and 7 followers and 68 horses wounded. Since Chilianwala, the British arms in Asia had not suffered loss so severe.
The spirit of the Kandahar force suffered martially from the Maiwand disaster, and it was held that there was no alternative but to accept the humiliation of a siege within the fortified city. The cantonments were abandoned, the whole force was withdrawn into Kandahar, and was detailed for duty on the city walls. The effective garrison on the night of the 28th numbered 4,360, including the survivors of the Maiwand Brigade. So alert were the Afghans that a cavalry resonance made on the morning of the 29th found the cantonments plundered and partially burned, and the vicinity of Kandahar swarming with armed men. The whole Afghan population, amounting to about 12,000 persons, were compelled to leave the city, and then the work of placing it in a state of defense was energetically undertaken. Buildings and enclosures affording cover too close to the site were raised, communication along the walls was opened up, and gun platforms were constructed in the more commanding positions. The walls were both high and thick, but they were considerably dilapidated, and there were gaps and breaks in the bastiones and the parapet. The weak places, as well as the gates, were fronted with abatis. The defects were made good with sandbags, and wire entanglements and other obstructions were laid down outside the walls. While the work was in progress, the covering parties were in daily collision with the enemy, and occasional sharp skirmishes occurred. On the 8th August, Ayoub opened fire on the citadel from Picket Hill, an elevation northwestward of the city, and a few days later he brought guns into villages from the villages of Dakoja and Dakati on the east and south. This fire, steadily maintained though it was day after day, had little effect, and the return fire gave good results. It was not easy to invest the city, since on the west and north there was no cover for the besiegers, but in Dakoja on the east there was ample protection from batteries, and on the ground on the southwest was very favorable. Its advantages were improved so skillfully that it was at one time believed that there was a European engineer in Ayoub's camp. Dakoja was inconveniently near the Pool Gate, and was always full of men. So menacing was the attitude of the Afghans that a sortie was resolved on against the village, which had conducted with resolution but resulted in utter failure. The attempt was made on the morning of the 16th. The cavalry went out on hinder reinforcements from entering the village from the eastward. An infantry force 800 strong, commanded by Brigadier General Brooke and divided into 3 parties, moved out later, covered by a heavy artillery fire from the city walls. The village was reached, but so full of enemies in occupation of the fortress-like houses that it was almost untenable, and the 3 detachments extricated themselves separately. In the course of the retirement, General Brooke and Captain Krushak were killed. The casualties were very heavy. 106 were killed, and 117 were wounded. The tidings of the Maiwand disaster reached Kabul on the 29th July by telegram from Simla. The intention of the military authorities had already been intimated that the Kabul force should evacuate Afghanistan in 2 separate bodies and by 2 distinct routes. Sir Donald Stewart was to march one position by the Khyber route. The other, under Sir Frederick Roberts, was to retire by the Kuram Valley, which Watson's division had been garrisoning since Roberts had crossed the Sturtagan in September 1879. But the Maiwand news interfered with those arrangements. Stewart and Roberts occurred to the necessity of retrieving to the Maiwand disaster by the dispatch of a division from Kabul. Roberts promptly offered to lead that division, and as promptly the offer was accepted by Stewart. By arrangement with the latter, Roberts telegraphed to Simla urging that a force should be dispatched from Kabul without delay, and recognizing that the authorities might hesitate to send on this errand troops already under orders to return to India, he took it on himself to guarantee that none of the soldiers would demur, providing he was authorized to give the assurance that after the work in the field was over they would not be detained in garrison at Kandahar. The Viceroy's sanction came on the 3rd August. The constitution and equipment of the force were entrusted to the 2 generals, and in reply to questions, His Excellency was informed that Roberts would march on the 8th and expected to reach Kandahar on 2nd September. Sir Donald Stewart gave his junior full freedom to select his troops to accompany him, and placed at its disposal the entire resources of the army in transport and equipment. It cannot truly be said that it was the elite of the Kabul field force which constituted the column led by Roberts in his famous march to Kandahar. Of the native infantry regiments of his own original force, which he had mustered 11 months previously in the Kuram, only 2 followed him to Kandahar, the 5th Ghorakas and 23rd Pioneers, and the 2nd Mountain Battery adhered to him staunchly. Of his original white troops, the 9th Lancers, as ever, were ready for his march. His senior infantry regiment, the 67th, would fain have gone, but the good old corpse was weak from casualties and sickness, and the gallant Knollys denied himself in the interests of his men. The 2 Highland regiments, the 72nd and 92nd, had done an infinity of fighting and marching, but both had received strong drafts, were in fine condition, and hindered from following the chief whom, though not their northern blood, the stalwart sons of the mist swore by as one man. Sir Frederick Roberts had already represented that it would be impolitic to require the native regiments to remain absent from India and their homes for a longer period than 2 years. In the case of many of the regiments, that term was closely approached, and the men, after prolonged absence and arduous toil, needed rest and were longing to rejoin their families. It was not, in the words of General Chapman, the eager desire that the honor of marching to Kandahar was sought for, and some commanding officers of experience judged rightly the tempers of their men when they represented for the general's consideration the claims of the regiments they commanded to be relieved as soon as possible from field service. The enthusiasm which carried Sir Frederick Roberts' force with exceptional rapidity to Kandahar was an aftergrowth evolved by the enterprise itself, and came as a response to the unfailing spirit which animated the leader himself. The constitution of the force was made known by the general orders published on 3rd August. It consisted of 3 batteries of artillery commanded by Colonel Allard Johnson, of a cavalry brigade of 4 regiments commanded by Brigadier General Hugh Gow, and of an infantry division of 3 brigades commanded by Major General John Ross. The 1st Brigade was commanded by Brigadier General Herbert Macpherson, the 2nd by Brigadier General T.D. Baker, and the 3rd by Brigadier General Charles McGregor. Colonel Chapman, R.A., who had served in the same capacity with Sir Donald Stewart, was now Robert's chief of staff. The marching out strength of the column was about 10,000 men, of whom 2,835 were Europeans, speed being an object, and since the column might have been on the traverse rough ground, no wheeled artillery or transport accompanied it. The guns were carried on mules, the baggage were severely cut down, the supplies carried were reduced to a minimum, and the transport animals, numbering 8,590, consisted of mules, ponies, and donkeys. It was known that the country could supply flour, sheep, and forage. The time specified for the departure of the force from Shapur was kept to the day. On the 8th, the brigades moved on a short distance from the camp, and on the following morning the march began in earnest. The distance from Kabul to Kandahar is about 320 miles, and the march naturally divides itself into 3 parts: from Kabul to Ghuznee, 98 miles; from Ghuznee to Kalit-i-Ghazaleh, 134 miles; and from Kalit-i-Ghazaleh to Kandahar, 88 miles. Ghuznee was reached on the 7th day, the daily average being 14 miles. Excellent work for troops unseasoned to long continuous travel, tramping steadily in a temperature of from 84 degrees to 92 degrees in the shade. When possible, the force moved on a broad front, the brigades and regiments leading by rotation, and halts were made at specified intervals. The rouse sounded at 2:45 a.m., and the march began at 4. The troops were generally in camp by 2 p.m., and the baggage was usually reported all in by 5, and the rear guard had both hard work and long hours. There was no sign of opposition anywhere. Not a single load of baggage was left behind. Comparatively few men fell out of footsore, and the troops were steadily increasing in endurance and capacity of rapid and continuous marching. At Ghuznee there was no rest by the day, and the steadfast dogged march was resuming on the morning of the 16th. The strain of this day's long tramp of 20 miles to Yurgadi was severe, but the men rallied gamely, and the general, by dint of care and expedient, was able to keep up the high pressure. The method, writes General Chapman, of such marching as was now put in practice is not easy to describe. It combined the extreme of freedom in movement with carefully regulated halts and the closest control in every portion of the column. It employed the individual intelligence of each man composing the matches in its motion, and called on all for exertion in overcoming the difficulties of the march, in bearing its extraordinary toil, and in aiding in the accomplishment of the object in view. On the 20th, a distance of 21 miles was covered, the longest day's march made. The effort was distressing owing to the heat and to the lack of the shade, but it was enforced by the absence of water. There was no relaxation in the rate of marching, and Kalit-i-Ghazaleh was reached on the 8th day from Ghuznee, showing a daily average of nearly 17 miles. The 24th was a halt day at Kalit-i-Ghazaleh, where Sir Frederick Roberts received a letter from General Primrose in Kandahar, describing the sortie made on the village of De Koja and giving details of his situation. It was resolved to evacuate Killa-i-Ghilzai and take on its garrison within the column, which on the 25th resumed its march to Kandahar. On his arrival at Tiz Andaz at the following day, the general found a letter from Kandahar informing him that the news of his approach of the Kabul force Ayub Khan had withdrawn from its investment of cavalry regiments
Kandahar, and had shifted his camp to the village of Masra in the Urganda Valley, nearly due north of Kandahar.
On the morning of the 27th, General Hugh Gow was sent forward with 2 cavalry regiments a distance of 34 miles to Robat, the main column moving on to Kelakund, halfway to its former place. Gow was accompanied by Captain Strayton, the principal signaling officer of the force, who was successful in communicating with Kandahar. In the afternoon, Colonel St. John, Major Leach, and Major Adam rode out into Robat, bringing the information that Ayub Khan was engaged in strengthening his position in the Urganda Valley, and apparently had the intention to risk the issue of a battle. On the 28th, the whole force was concentrated at Robat, and as it was desirable that the troops would reach Kandahar fresh and ready for prompt action, the general decided to make the 20th a rest day and divide the 19 miles from Robat to Kandahar in 2 short marches. The long forced march from Kabul may be regarded as having ended at Robat. The distance between those 2 places, 303 miles, had been covered in 20 days. It is customary in a long march to allow 2 rest days in each week, but Roberts had granted his force but a single rest day in the 20 days of its strenuous march. Including this rest day, the average daily march was a fraction over 15 miles. As a feat of marching by a regular force of 10,000 men, encumbered with baggage and followers, this achievement is unique, and it could have been accomplished only by thorough organization and steady, vigorous energy. Sir Frederick Roberts was so fortunate as to encounter no opposition. For this immunity, he was indebted mainly to the stern lessons given to him by the tribesmen by Sir Donald Stewart at Ahmed Kel and Urzu, while that resolute soldier was marching from Kandahar to Kabul, and in a measure also to the good officers of the new emir. But it must be remembered that Roberts had no assurance of exemption from hostile efforts to block his path, and that he marched ever ready to fight. It will long be remembered how when Roberts had started on the long swift march, the suspense as to its issue grew and swelled until the strain became intense. The safety of the garrison of Kandahar was in grave hazard. The British prestige, impaired by the disaster of Maiwand, was trembling in the balance. The days passed, and there was no news of Roberts and the 10,000 men with whom the wise, daring little chief had cut loose from any base and struck for his goal through a region of ill repute for fanaticism and bitter hostility. The pessimists among us held him to be rushing on his ruin. But Roberts marched light. He lived on what the country supplied. He gave the tribesmen no time to concentrate against him, and in 2 days, in advance of the time he had set himself, he reached Kandahar at the head of a force in full freshness of vigor and burning with zeal for immediate battle. While halted at Rabat on the 29th, Sir Frederick heard from General Fair that his division had been retarded in its march by lack of transport, but that he hoped to have it assembled at Killa Abdullah on the 28th, and would be able to move toward Kandahar on the 30th. But as Killa Abdullah is distant some 8 marches from Kandahar, it was obvious that General Fair could not arrive in time to share in the impending battle. On the morning of the 31st, the Kabul force reached Kandahar. Sir Frederick Roberts, who had been suffering from fever for some days, was able to leave his dooley and mount his horse in time to meet General Primrose and his officers in the east of Dalkoja. The troops halted and breakfasted outside Shikapur Gate, while General Roberts entered the city and paid a visit to the Wali Sher Ali Khan. On his arrival, he assumed command of the troops in southern Afghanistan, and he remained resting in this city while the Kabul force marched its selected camping ground near the destroying cantonments on the northwest of Kandahar. A few shots were fired, but the ground was occupied within the opposition. Baker's brigade was on the right, camped in rear of Picket Hill. In the center was Macpherson's brigade, sheltered in its front by Carez Hill, and on its left, among orchards and enclosures, was McGregor's brigade, in rear of which was the cavalry. End of section 9. Recording by Elizabeth Renee, April 27th, 2020.
Section 10 of the Afghan Wars 1839-42 and 1878-80, Part 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Merendo07. The Afghan Wars 1839-42 and 1878-80, Part 2 by Archibald Forbes, Chapter 9, The Battle of Kandahar. Although Yaqub Khan had ceased to beleaguer Kandahar, he had withdrawn from that fortress but a very short distance, and the position he had taken up was of considerable strength. The Urgundab Valley is separated on the northwest from the Kandahar plain by a long precipitous spur trending southwest from the mountainous mass forming the eastern boundary of the valley further north. Where the spur quits the main range, due north of the city, the Murja Pass affords communication between the Kandahar plain and the Urgundab Valley. The spur, its summit serrated by alternate heights and depressions, is again crossed lower down by an easy pass known as the Babawali Kotul. It is continued beyond this saddle for about a mile, still maintaining its southwesterly trend, never losing its precipitous character, and steeply scarped on its eastern face, and it finally ends in the plain in a steep descent of several hundred feet. The section of it, from the Babawali Kotul to its southwestern termination, is known as the Pir Paimal Hill, from a village of that name in the valley near its extremity. Ayub Khan had made his camp near the village of Mazra, behind the curtain formed by the spur described, and about a mile higher up in the valley than the point at which the spur is crossed by the road over the Babawali Kotul. He was thus, with that point artificially strengthened and defended by artillery, well protected against a direct attack from the direction of Kandahar, and was exposed only to the risk of a turning movement round the extremity of the Pir Paimal Hill. Such a movement might be made the reverse of easy. A force advancing to attempt it must do so exposed to fire from the commanding summit of the Pir Paimal. Around the base of that elevation there were several plain villages, and an expanse of enclosed orchards and gardens, which, strongly held, were capable of stubborn defence. In the valley behind the Pir Paimal Hill there was the lofty detached Kharoti Hill, the fire from which would meet in the teeth a force essaying the turning movement, and the interval between the two hills, through which was the access to the Mazra camps, was obstructed by deep irrigation channels whose banks afforded cover for defensive fire and could be swept by a crossfire from the hills on either flank. Sir Frederick Roberts at a glance had perceived that a direct attack by the Babawali Kotul must involve very heavy loss, and he resolved on the alternative of turning the Afghan position. A reconnaissance was made on the afternoon of the 31st by General Gough, accompanied by Colonel Chapman. He penetrated to within a short distance of the village of Pir Paimal, where it was ascertained that the enemy were strongly entrenched, and where several guns were unmasked. A great deal of valuable information was obtained before the enemy began to interfere with the leisurely withdrawal. The cavalry suffered little, but the Sikh infantry, covering the retirement of the reconnaissance, were hard-pressed by great masses of Afghan regulars and irregulars. So boldly did the enemy come on that the 3rd and part of the 1st Brigade came into action, and the firing did not cease until the evening. The enemy were clearly in the belief that the reconnaissance was an advance in force, which they had been able to check and indeed drive in, and they were opportunely audacious in the misapprehension that they had gained a success. The information brought in decided the general to attack on the following morning, and having matured his dispositions, he explained them personally to the commanding officers in the early morning of September the 1st. The plan of attack was perfectly simple. The Babawali Kotul was to be plied with a brisk cannonade and threatened by demonstrations both of cavalry and infantry, while the 1st and 2nd Brigades, with the 3rd in reserve, were to turn the extremity of the Pir Paimal Hill, force the enemy's right in the interval between that hill and the Kharoti eminence, take in reverse the Baba Wali Kotul, and pressing on up the Urgandab Valley, carry Ayub Khan's principal camp at Mazra. The Bombay Cavalry Brigade was to watch the roads over the Murcha and Baba Wali Kotuls, supported by infantry and artillery belonging to General Primrose's command, part of which was also detailed for the protection of the city, and to hold the ground from which the Kabul brigades were to advance. General Gough was to take the cavalry of the Kabul column across the Urgandab so as to reach by a wide circuit the anticipated line of the Afghan retreat. Soon after 9 a.m., the 40-pounders on the right of Picket Hill began a vigorous cannonade of the Baba Wali Kotul, which was sturdily replied to by the 3 field guns the enemy had in battery on that elevation. It had been early apparent that the Ayub's army was in great heart, and apparently meditating an offensive movement, had moved out so far into the plain as to occupy the villages of Mullah Sahibdad opposite the British right, and Gundigan on the left front of the British left. Both villages were right in the fair way of Roberts's intended line of advance. They, the adjacent enclosures, and the interval between the villages were strongly held, and manifestly the first thing to be done was to force the enemy back from those advanced positions. 2 batteries opened a heavy shell fire on the Sahibdad village, under cover of which Macpherson advanced his brigade against it, the 2nd Gurkhas and 92nd Highlanders in his first line. Simultaneously, Baker moved out to the assault of Gundigan, clearing the gardens and orchards between him and that village, and keeping touch as he advanced with the 1st Brigades. The shell fire compelled the Afghan occupants of Sahibdad to lie close, and it was not until they were near the village that Macpherson's 2 leading regiments encountered much opposition. It was carried at the bayonet point after a very stubborn resistance. The place was full of Ghazis who threw their lives away recklessly and continued to fire on the British soldiers from houses and cellars after the streets had been cleared. The 92nd lost several men, but the Afghans were severely punished. It was reported that 200 were killed in this village alone. While a detachment remained to clear out the village, the brigade, under a heavy fire from the slopes and crest of the Pir Paimal hill, moved on in the direction of that hill's southwestern extremity, the progress of the troops impeded by obstacles in the shape of dry watercuts, orchards, and walled enclosures, every yard of which was infested by enemies and had to be made good by steady fighting. While Macpherson was advancing on Sahibdad, Baker's brigade had been pushing on through complicated lanes and walled enclosures toward the village of Gundigan. The opposition experienced was very resolute. The Afghans held their ground behind loopholed walls which had to be carried by storm, and they did not hesitate to take the offensive by making vigorous counter-rushes. Baker's 2 leading regiments were the 72nd and the 2nd Sikhs. The left wing of the former, supported by the 5th Gurkhas, the old and tried comrades of the 72nd, assailed and took the village. Its right wing fought its way through the orchards between it and Sahibdad, in the course of which work it came under a severe enfilading fire from a loopholed wall which the Sikhs on the right were attempting to turn. Captain Frome and several men had been struck down, and the hot fire had staggered the Highlanders when their chief, Colonel Brownlow, came up on foot. That gallant soldier gave the word for a rush, but immediately fell mortally wounded. After much hard fighting, Baker's brigade got forward into opener country, but was then exposed to the fire of an Afghan battery near the extremity of the Pir Paimal spur, and to the attacks of great bodies of Ghazis, which were withstood stoutly by the Sikhs and driven off by a bayonet attack delivered by the Highlanders. The 2 brigades had accomplished the first part of their task. They were now in alignment with each other, and the work before them was to accomplish the turning movement round the steep extremity of the Pir Paimal ridge. Macpherson's brigade, hugging the face of the elevation, brought up the left shoulder, and having accomplished the turning movement, swept up the valley and carried the village of Pir Paimal by a series of rushes. Here, however, Major White, commanding the advance of the 92nd, found himself confronted by great masses of the enemy, who appeared determined to make a resolute stand about their guns, which were in position southwest of the Baba Wali Kotul. Reinforcements were observed hurrying up from Ayub's standing camp at Masra, and the Afghan guns on the Kotul had been reversed so that their fire should enfilade the British advance. Discerning that in such circumstances prompt action was imperative, Macpherson determined to storm the position without waiting for reinforcements. The 92nd under Major White led the way, covered by the fire of a field battery and supported by the 5th Gurkhas and the 23rd Pioneers. Springing out of a watercourse at the challenge of their leader, the Highlanders rushed across the open ground. The Afghans, sheltered by high banks, fired steadily and well. Their riflemen from the Pir Paimal slopes poured in a sharp crossfire. Their guns were well served. But the Scottish soldiers were not to be denied. Their losses were severe, but they took the guns at the point of the bayonet, and valiantly supported by the Gurkhas and Pioneers, shattered and dispersed the mass of Afghans, which was reckoned to have numbered some 8,000 men. No chance was given the enemy to rally. They were headed off from the Pir Paimal slopes by Macpherson. Baker hustled them out of cover in the watercourses in the basin on the left, and while one stream of fugitives poured away across the river, another rolled backward into and through Ayub's camp at Masra. While Macpherson had effected his turning movement close under the ridge, Baker's troops on the left had to make a wider sweep before bringing up the left shoulder and wheeling into the hollow between the Pir Paimal and the Kharoti hill. They swept out of their path what opposition they encountered and moved up the center of the hollow, where their commander halted them until Macpherson's brigade on the right, having accomplished its more arduous work, should come up and restore the alignment. Baker had sent Colonel Money with a half-battalion away to the left to take possession of the Kharoti hill, where he found and captured 3 Afghan guns. Pressing toward the northern end of the hill, Money, to his surprise, found himself in full view of Ayub's camp, which was then full of men, and in rear of which a line of cavalry was drawn up. Money was too weak to attack alone, and sent to General Baker for reinforcements, which, however, could not be spared him, and the gallant Money had perforce to remain looking on while the advance of Macpherson and Baker caused the evacuation of Ayub's camp and the flight of his cavalry and infantry toward the Urgundab. But the discovery and capture of 5 more Afghan cannons near Babawali village was some consolation for the enforced inaction. Considerable numbers of Ayub's troops had earlier pushed through the Babawali Pass and moved down toward the right front of General Burroughs' Bombay Brigade in position about Picket Hill. Having assured himself that Burroughs was able to hold his own, Sir Frederick Roberts ordered MacGregor to move the 3rd Brigade forward toward Pir Paimal village, whither he himself rode. On his arrival there, he found that the 1st and 2nd Brigades were already quite a mile in advance. The battle really had already been won, but there being no open view to the front, General Ross, who commanded the whole infantry division, had no means of discerning this result, and anticipating the likelihood that Ayub's camp at Masra would have to be taken by storm, he halted the brigades to replenish ammunition. This delay gave opportunity for the entire evacuation of the Afghan camp, which, when reached without any further opposition and entered at 1 p.m., was found to be deserted. The tents had been left standing, quote, "All the rude equipage of a half-barbarous army had been abandoned, the meat in the cooking pots, the bread half kneaded in the earthen vessels, the bazaar with its ghee pots, dried fruits, flour, and corn." Unquote. Ayub's great marquee had been precipitately abandoned, and the fine carpets covering its floor were left. But, in the hurry of their flight, the Afghans had found time to illustrate their barbarity by murdering their prisoner, Lieutenant Maclean, whose body was found near Ayub's tent with the throat cut. To this deed, Ayub does not seem to have been privy. The sepoys, who were prisoners with Maclean, testified that Ayub fled about 11 o'clock, leaving the prisoners in charge of the guard with no instructions beyond a verbal order that they were not to be killed. It was more than an hour later when the guard ordered the unfortunate officer out of his tent and took his life. The victory was complete, and Ayub's army was in full rout. Unfortunately, no cavalry were in hand for a pursuit from the Masra camp. The scheme for intercepting the fugitive Afghans by sending the cavalry brigade on a wide movement across the Urgundab and striking the line of their probable retreat toward the Khakres Valley may have been ingenious in conception, but in practice did not have the desired effect. But Ayoub had been decisively beaten. He had lost the whole of his artillery, numbering 32 pieces, his camp, an immense quantity of ammunition, about 1,000 men killed, his army was dispersed, and he himself was a fugitive with a mere handful along with him of the army of 12,000 men whom he had commanded in the morning. The Battle of Kandahar was an effective finale to the latest of our Afghan wars, and it is in this sense that it is chiefly memorable. The gallant men who participated in the winning of it must have been the first to smile at the epithets of glorious and brilliant which were lavished on the victory. In truth, if it had not been a victory, our arms would have sustained a grave discredit. The soldiers of Roberts and Stewart had been accustomed to fight and to conquer against heavy numerical odds, which were fairly balanced by their discipline and the superiority of their armament. But in the Battle of Kandahar, the numerical disparity was non-existent, and Ayoub had immensely the disadvantage as regarded train strength. His force, according to the reckoning ascertained by the British general, amounted all told to 12,800 men. The strength of the British force, not including the detail of Bombay troops garrisoning Kandahar, was over 12,000. But this army, 12,000 strong, consisted entirely of disciplined soldiers, of whom over 1/5 were Europeans. The accepted analysis of Ayoub's army shows it to have consisted of 4,000 regular infantry, 800 regular cavalry, 5,000 tribal irregular infantry, of whom an indefinite proportion was no doubt Ghazis, and 3,000 irregular horsemen. In artillery strength, the two forces were nearly equal. When it is remembered that Karasia was won by some 2,500 soldiers, of whom only about 800 were Europeans, contending against 10,000 Afghans in an exceptionally strong position and well provided with artillery, Sir Frederick Roberts's wise decision to make assurance doubly sure in dealing with Ayoub at Kandahar stands out very strikingly. Perforce in his battles around Kabul he had taken risks, but because those adventures had for the most part been successful, he was not the man to weaken the certainty of an all-important issue by refraining from putting into the field every soldier at his disposal, and he was wisely cautious in his tactics. That he was strong enough to make a direct attack by storming the Babawali Kotul and the Pir Paimal Hill was clear in the light of previous experience, but if there was more brilliancy in a direct attack, there was certain to be heavier loss than would be incurred in the less dashing turning movement, and Sir Frederick, with the true spirit of a commander, chose the more artistic and less bloody method of earning his victory. It did not cost him dear. His casualties of the day were 36 killed, including 3 officers, and 218 wounded, among whom were 9 officers. The Battle of Kandahar brought to a close the latest of our Afghan wars. Sir Frederick Roberts quitted Kandahar on the 9th of September and marched to Quetta with part of his division. On the 15th of October, at Sibi, he resigned his command, and taking sick leave to England, sailed from Bombay on the 30th of October. His year of hard and successful service in Afghanistan greatly enhanced his reputation as a prompt, skillful, and enterprising soldier. The Pashin and Sibi valleys are the sole tangible results remaining to us of the 2 campaigns in Afghanistan sketched in the second part of this volume, campaigns which cost the lives of many gallant men slain in action or dead of disease, and involved the expenditure of about 20 millions sterling. Lord Beaconsfield's vaunted scientific frontier, condemned by a consensus of the best military opinions, was rejected by the Liberal government which had recently acceded to power, whose decision was that both the Khyber Pass and the Kurram Valley should be abandoned. On this subject, Sir Frederick Roberts wrote with great shrewdness, "We have nothing to fear from Afghanistan, and the best thing to do is to leave it as much as possible to itself. It may not be very flattering to our amour-propre, but I feel sure I am right when I say that the less the Afghans see of us, the less they will dislike us. Should Russia in future years attempt to conquer Afghanistan or invade India through it, we should have a better chance of attaching the Afghans to our interest if we avoid all interference with them in the meantime. During the winter of 1880–81, the Khyber and the Kurram were evacuated by the British troops, the charge of keeping open and quiet the former being entrusted to tribal levies paid by the Indian government. So far, then, as regarded the northwestern frontier, the status quo ante had been fallen back upon. But there was a keen difference of opinion in regard to the disposition of the salient angle furnished by Kandahar. Throughout the British occupation and the negotiations with Abdurrahman, the annexation of Kandahar had been consistently repudiated. The intention on our part announced was to separate it from Kabul and to place it under the independent rule of a Barakzai prince. Such a prince had actually been appointed in Sher Ali Khan, and although that incompetent Sirdar was wise enough to abdicate a position for which he was not strong enough, this action did not relieve us from our pledges against annexation. Nevertheless, many distinguished men whose opinions were abstractly entitled to weight were strongly in favour of our retention of Kandahar. Among those were the late Lord Napier of Magdala, Sir Henry Rawlinson, Sir Edward Hamley, Sir Donald Stewart, and Sir Frederick Roberts. Among the authorities opposed to the occupation of Kandahar were such men as the late Lord Lawrence and General Charles Gordon, Sir Robert Montgomery, Lord Wolseley, Sir Henry Norman, Sir John Adey, and Sir Archibald Allison. While the professional experts differed, and while the Kandahar debates in Parliament were vehement and prolonged, the issue, assuming that fidelity to pledges was still regarded as a national virtue, was perfectly clear and simple. In the frank words of Sir Leopold Griffin, "We could not have remained in Kandahar without a breach of faith," and he added with unanswerable force, "Our withdrawal was in direct accordance with the reiterated and solemn professions which I had been instructed to make, and the assurances of the government of India to the chiefs and people of Kabul. The wisdom of the policy of retiring from Kandahar may be a fair matter for argument, but it was one on which both governments were agreed. I am convinced that withdrawal, after our public assurances, was the only practicable policy." Lord Ripon acted on his instructions to keep in view the paramount importance of effecting a withdrawal from Kandahar on the earliest suitable occasion. The abdication of the Wali Sher Ali Khan cleared the air to some extent. A British garrison under the command of General Hume wintered in Kandahar. Ayub Khan was a competitor for the rulership of the southern province, but he received no encouragement, and after some negotiation the Emir Abdurrahman was informed that Kandahar was reincorporated with the Kingdom of Afghanistan, and it was intimated to him that the capital would be given over to the governor, accompanied by a suitable military force whom he should send. On the 1st of April, an Afghan force entered Kandahar, followed presently by Mahomad Hassan Khan, the governor nominated by the Emir. General Hume soon after marched out, and after halting for a time in the Pishin Valley to watch the course of events in Kandahar, he continued his march toward India. The restless Ayub did not tamely submit to the arrangement which gave Kandahar to Abdurrahman. Spite of many arduous difficulties, spite of lack of money and of mutinous troops, he set out toward Kandahar in July 1881. Mahomad Hassan marched against him from Kandahar, and a battle was fought at Maiwand on the anniversary of the defeat of General Burrows on the same field. Ayub was the conqueror, and he straightway took possession of the capital and was for the time ruler of the province. But Abdurrahman, subsidized with English money and English arms, hurried from Kabul, encountered Ayub outside the walls of Kandahar, and inflicted on him a decisive defeat. His flight to Herat was followed up. He sustained a second reverse there, and took refuge in Persia. Abdurrahman's tenure of the Kabul sovereignty had been at first extremely precarious, but he proved a man at once strong, resolute, and politic. In little more than a year after his accession, he was ruler of Sher Ali's Afghanistan. Kandahar and Herat had both come to him, and that without very serious exertion. He continues to reign quietly, steadfastly, and firmly, and there never has been any serious friction between him and the government of India, whose wise policy is a studied abstinence from interference in the internal affairs of the Afghan kingdom. End of section 10. End of the Afghan Wars, 1839-42 and 1878-80, Part 2, by Archibald Forbes.